It all culminates here. Over 50 teams battled it out over the semester of competition, but only one can be crowned the Pennsylvania State Champion. It's the PIEA 2020 Fall Championship, brought to you by St. Joseph's University. Hi everybody, Ken Carmen, Kendo Slice here alongside my friend, the Danger Taco. We are here to present PIEA, the High School State Championship of Rocket League, and it is live, folks, live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And it's always excited to be able to be in the booth with you, Kendo, but on top of that, be able to have some good games in front of us as well. We've whittled it down, as you said, all those top 50 teams, all the way down into our top 4 to see who can duke it out to be crowned truly the best in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely, and as you said, it is a process that we have taken in order to get here. It's not just a simple one-stream take-all. They have played for months, whittling things down to what we have right here and right now. That is the final 4 teams in the state of Pennsylvania. Every single one of them 6-1 or 7-0. It's a single elimination bracket with best of 7 on. Oh my goodness, the height of hype cannot get any bigger.
And it's so big to be able to keep that in frame because best of 7 gives you a little bit of leeway. You can drop a game or two, but you don't want to drop too many because then you'll miss out on that sweet prizing we have here. Scholarship money up for grabs, $2,000 in total, $1,250 going to the winners, but second place not going away empty-handed. But you got to get there first. We're going to be starting, obviously, with our 2 semifinals, so being able to get into that zone for scholarship money is important, but this is what these players are playing for. It's just as much about this prizing as much as it is just getting the honor of representing your school and doing it well.
Absolutely, and we can introduce you to those teams as we take a look at the bracket. The first matchup, of course, Penn Manor High School against North Catholic High. That'll be the one that we are going into very shortly. Avon Grove versus Baldwin High, going to be very interesting in the bottom side of that bracket. Again, all of these teams, either 6-1, 7-0 during the regular season. All the hard work comes to a grand payout right here and right now.
And especially getting this far and then knowing the legacy of some of these teams. I mean, we had mentioned going into this first matchup that North Catholic, not only are they looking to repeat, this is the three-peat for them. They have been so consistent within this state that they actually might go back-to-back-to-back, which is a lot riding on their shoulders. No one wants to be the team that finally lets things drop, but I have to think that they've been feeling pretty confident going into this match.
100%, but North Catholic has finally shown a few weaknesses throughout the season. This is not an undefeated North Catholic team going, and that being said, if I had to make a prediction, I think North Catholic can continue their legacy here, make it the three-peat. Messi's been there throughout all this time, looking to solidify a legacy for the Trojans.
And I think it's hard to root against them, and that's why I definitely will not for this game. I think North Catholic very much has what it takes. I think all the players are as confident as they've ever been. They were confident last year, and I'm sure the coach as well has a lot of confidence in their squad, knowing what they're capable of.
100%, Taco, and that is one of the beautiful things about esports. It's ever growing. Speaking of which, you want to talk about growth, partnerships, and interscholastic esports is amazing. It's not just high school, it's St. Joseph's University, folks. They have been a proud sponsor of the PIEA throughout the entire season, and they're also going to be the ones hosting the Valorant final tomorrow live in Philadelphia. You love to see how much scholastic esports is growing, and it's starting at the high school level, but you're also seeing it at the college level. So I mean, Taco, can you not hear the excitement in my voice? Like, this is the finest level of Rocket League that we are going to get in the state of Pennsylvania, and it's an entire state that is all for its growth.
Absolutely, and being able to push behind this and be able to make sure that it's at a grassroots level. I mean, Collegiate Rocket League has seen an explosion in popularity, a lot of schools getting involved, but more so high school as esports has kind of grown up. At least when I was in high school, that was not really something that was really available to these students, but the fact that programs have actually developed and actually have a whole structure in place to be able to facilitate a club sport and be able to compete against other schools, that level of organization is ridiculous for me to think about, but it's nice to see how far esports has come to not just be something that you do peripherally, it's something that you do within your own school.
Absolutely. And of course, we have Penn Manor, we have North Catholic. That is our matchup in the first one. But I want to touch on what you just said because we have an interview that we can look into. It is Coach Eric from North Catholic High. Give us a little bit of that thought process that is the leadership in interscholastic esports at the high school level.
I'm Eric Chiza, and I'm the coach for Rocket League for North Catholic High School. So I decided to become a coach here at North Catholic because a couple of the students wanted to start an esports club. They were a couple of talented students, so they asked me to kind of just be the student faculty advisor, I guess, for the team. And then one thing kind of led to another, and I ended up really liking the games and getting more involved than a typical advisor would. So it just kind of became, I just kind of fit right in. The esports should definitely be part of the school because it gives the kids an opportunity to do something other than, I guess, your traditional sports that you hear about. It's a great opportunity for kids to get involved with the school, kind of work on teamwork, get involved with a group of peers that they wouldn't normally have been able to do if they don't participate in some of the more traditional avenues. And it just gives kids an opportunity to kind of feel part of a team. We're back-to-back state champs. But this year, we've definitely... Well, last year we noticed a up in the competition. This year we've noticed even more. We have a couple teams on our radar that we're a little scared of. But, nothing we can't handle. I trust my team. So we're happy to be here. We're looking forward to bringing home the trophy for the third time in a row, and we're excited to be hosting the finals here in Pittsburgh, where our school's at. So we got quite the turnout out here. We hope to kind of make our students proud.
It's a beautiful thing to see how much growth on that ground level has continued to culminate, Taco. And people like Coach Eric excite me because more and more we're seeing the mentorship. We're seeing the growth. It's not just kids in their basement playing video games and mom yelling at them, please come out of the room. It is an actual growth. And you love to see it, folks. We are going live. It is the semifinal number 1, Penn Manor High School versus North Catholic High School, and it's brought to you by St. Joseph University. Take us away, Taco.
And there's certainly a lot to be taken away by, particularly the skill on display. There's going to be so much to be able to set the tone, and I think that's why it's so important in best of sevens to be able to get started early. In fact, starting a double commit there is Penn Manor. Skill to keep the pressure on, and another attack has to be fended away, so our defending champions have to do quite a lot of defending to at least start off this game, as it's going to only continue on the goal line. Another stop and another clear.
Well, as we mentioned before, this is a North Catholic squad that doesn't necessarily have the same level of pageantry. Plus, the level of competition within the PIEA has continued to grow. We mentioned it. It is over 50 teams. There's 50 plus schools that are competing now for Pennsylvania State Championships, and it's attributed to the growth. No, gone are the days of a yawn-a-thon. Gone are the days of North Catholic being uncontested and sweeping. I think this is going to be a much harder fought and much more gratifying state championship if they are able to pull it off.
And one play that really has been on everybody's mind, especially last year as well, is MK2 Messi over on the side of North Catholic. But it's the side of Penn Manor that's going to get that first one. Dancing Banana able to smack one in after a little bit of a trickery on that one, as MK2 Chip just can't reach it in time.
It's one of my favorite things about high school Rocket League or video games in general. You get some of the best names to go in, and Dancing Banana. I'm not saying it's peanut butter jelly time, but the Comets are feeling pretty good about getting the first goal, and they're going to make it a second.
And it's quickly being able to double up. You can't let your guard down. Kickoffs are not just a restart. They are very much a set set piece rather, much like a free kick in soccer. So you got to make sure you are staying alive, because if one player goes, you are never more spread out than when everyone's trying to get boost, or when you're just trying to grab those pads to stay at least somewhat relevant in the play. Penn Manor off to a fantastic start.
Now the question is, North Catholic, what do they have in them? What is the adjustments that they are going to make? Of course, the seasoned veterans here in the Pennsylvania State Championships, and who else but Messi. Messi will bring it back and cut the lead in half.
And it's rough because you can see the strategy at play. Dancing Bananas just trying to go along the back line, get a demo on North Catholic, but instead glancing off the side of the car, instead just kind of bumping them forward, and therefore that third defender dives in, confident that that's going to be a path cleared for them, and instead it's going to be taken down the other way. Counterattacks can be so brutal in Rocket League. It's one thing to push up onto offense, but you don't want to get too aggressive, otherwise you might leave the shop unattended.
Very much so, as we're approaching halftime, folks, and encourage you to get loud, because both of these teams are neck and neck early on. A lot of momentum, though, for the Comets, and we'll see if they are able to keep their life alive or if they burn out just here in game one. It would be a tragedy, to be perfectly honest, Taco, to show themselves so well, but Mysore has a little bit of assurance.
Yeah, Baza just going deep on this one, and it's always good to be able to keep the defense honest. Yes, they want to push up. Yes, they want to control the midfield, but every once in a while, a long clear isn't necessarily giving away possession as much as forcing the defense into an awkward save, and I think that's a clear reminder to North Catholic why you can't creep too far up, otherwise things can get taken advantage of. Some more passing from Penn Manor, trying to again double up off kickoff, but it looks like things have a different plan this time. Deflections notwithstanding. Now here comes a counterattack. Here's Messi trying to take it low, but not going to be able to get past that first challenge.
Not quite, and I'd like to see the team aspect of what North Catholic brings to the table show itself more and more throughout this match. It cannot just be a one-dimensional attack. If it's all Messi, it's going to be problems. It's going to be predictable, and Chip is going to deliver. Love the fact it's Thermalops who brings this pass to fruition, utilizing the extra touch off an unguarded backboard.
And half the time you don't even need a clean pass, so to speak. Not to say that Thermal didn't do a fantastic job putting that on top of the backboard, but it's really just on Chip to be able to track that one down as quickly as possible to get the touch. But Thermal looking for something of their own, going to be denied by the last defender. A fantastic suite of flicks to be able to get so far, but still turned away. 90 seconds remaining in game one, and Penn Manor, despite the hot start, is recognizing that they have to fight until the very last second to keep this lead.
Oh, yes, and with 90 seconds left to go, the pressure coming through. Thermalops will be the one to score again, and North Catholic are not going away, showing some great fortitude, Taco, with this ball movement through the corners. And that's going to be key going into this final 90.
And Biza, the worst part about it is that they really had everything covered. I was looking at that near post rotation saying, well, if that ball is going across the goal, it's going to be pretty hard to get it past them. And it plays perfectly into the top corner. Oh! That's exactly what you need. And if you're Messi and North Catholic, that is the shot in the arm you want on the comeback attempt for the lead, the dunk underneath the defender.
You love it. And if North Catholic continue to utilize the corners the way they have over this past minute and a half, 2 minutes, they are going to continue to have the same success. Penn Manor does not have the level of pressure that they need to defend it. And I mentioned how it'd be a tragedy if Penn Manor, after a brilliant start, ended up losing out. Oh boy, I'm getting scared for the Comets.
Yeah, but right now, one thing that I'm really appreciating from Penn Manor is how much they're going for these demos and most these 50 plays. Dance and Banana not going to get what they're looking for on that last one, but it's encouraging to see, but also somewhat worrying if you're a North Catholic supporter. They're getting demoed every which way, and they're also having to defend pretty desperately. That was a double commit just jumping in place, and luckily for North Catholic, there will be no contact from Penn Manor, but it's not like they're short on time. Still 30 seconds to go. High ball, no rebound accepted by So goal line denial again. Dance and Banana just has to hit it high, but I think that's as far as they're going to go.
We saw them push very hard early, and they maintain the pressure. It's Mincy with the goal, and it is once again the Comets. They're in with a shot. They have one more chance with 22 seconds to go.
And that's the mark of a great defense, is sometimes cutting off the shots before they come. The second is making sure you're organized. When you're low on boost, when you're all locked in on the goal line, you can't see each other in the ball cam, you need to make sure you're spacing efficiently. And right there, North Catholic just got caught out after having to defend too many shots at once. And now with 10 seconds remaining, North Catholic has lost their comeback lead, and now we might be looking to OT unless someone wants to be the hero at 0 seconds. Bizo across one, but not into a teammate. Indeed, this close series already is going to have to go to OT in our very first game.
Oh, it is not a cakewalk anymore for the Trojans. They have to learn everything, and Bizor is there to take their cake and eat it too.
Bizo not only getting the goal, but the hat trick hero in every sense of the word. Game 1 to Penn Manor in a dramatic state. Kenda, we're going to have to look at our clocks and keep a close eye. If every game is going to have this many goals, this many stoppages, my goodness, 9-goal thriller to start us off here for the PIEA State Championship.
I didn't know we were having a fireworks show along with the Rocket League display. I hope everybody live was enjoying that. But both of these teams, you can see how evenly matched they can be at times. The one thing I will notice, though, the backboard for Penn Manor, if it goes undefended, the Trojans are going to have a field day. Make sure that the horse is not outside the gates.
Yeah, and it's also important to make sure that North Catholic is being aware of Penn Manor's demo play. I think that is one thing that's really good. Even if the demo doesn't immediately lead to a goal, I think a lot of us are conditioned to think of offensive demoing as clearing out a goalie so the ball can go through. Mainly it's just resetting a defensive rotation. It's one thing to grab your boost, be able to support your teammates, get that stagger defense, but if you know someone immediately gets taken out, then there's a little bit of pause, a little bit of hesitation. I think Penn Manor is doing a good job of constantly forcing North Catholic to say, never mind guys, I'm all the way in the back now, hold on, I'll be joining you in a second.
100%. Wow. If that didn't get the blood pumping, I don't know what will. So a very close match between these two teams in game number 1. I'm all set for game number 2, and I hope that everyone in Pittsburgh is as well. I know you are, Taco. We're going to get it done. We're going to do it right this time around. It is game number 2, the semifinal between Penn Manor and North Catholic, brought to you by St. Joseph's University.
And this one, I think, the classic game 1 really archetype is exactly what we just saw. A really frantic game where everyone just shooting wildly, and Maz's not even going to let me finish my first sentence, but he will finish that first shot.
What? Oh, you got to make sure that those challenges for North Catholic, they're coming, they are forward facing, because if you're taking the recessive, the passive defensive play, you can get the ball pounded through you. That is what Penn Manor's been able to do so far. And oh, Bizor, someone to watch out.
And it's a 45-degree flick. That was nasty. A lot of speed on that one, and that is why you don't really want to give players uncontested dribbles. Yes, in threes, you have a little bit of safety net with your players behind you, but so few players can really stop a bullet like that if uncontested. Speaking of uncontested, Messi is not a player you want to leave one-on-one, because that is the end result.
Okay, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. I imagine that's what Coach Eric is doing right now. You got to maintain your integrity, and North Catholic are looking to hold the line once again. Tie game. Just under a minute, and the fireworks, they continue. We have a second salvo to enjoy.
It's really interesting to see the Pennsylvania State budget at work here. So much in the fireworks display. Messi gonna keep on using it. Uncontested yet again, going up for this one. But you see Penn Manor, they're just so close, but the jump from Dancing Banana is a pixel too short.
Got to make sure you're sure of your challenges there. I'm encouraged to see that there was an initiation on that ball in. So Penn Manor, understand there are things we need to adjust, and right now that's a wide open net. North Catholic are looking to make a statement in game number 2.
Really good kickoff as well. You can see Thermal just immediately bail out. They know their job is done, but they figure, well, I mean, I can't set you up for the goal, Messi, but you can at least give me something wide open. Never going to miss that one. And he said still under a minute because these goals just keep on ricocheting, just finding their way all the way through. And North Catholic is looking like they have a predator instinct. Every single time that ball is anywhere remotely close to that 18-yard box, they are getting at least a body to it.
How many of you would like to see a 20-goal game number 2? I mean, that's what the pace is currently, and that is mildly frightening to me. The Comets in with a streak, looking to work the ball through the corner, maybe show their best North Catholic impression. Mincy, the initiation out, and once again, North Catholic, they're going to the corner. It's really been the best offense for them. The backboard no longer unguarded, though, as Penn Manor, at the very least, they've made the baseline adjustments.
And making sure that they are at least defending efficiently and making sure they get these backboard reads will be crucial. Mincy was able to get that one and also get the extension out. Thermops has to really double back, and now Dancing Banan can join up in the attack off corner. Looking for a 50-0 being found, and again, we're going back into the midfield, but this comp is also good for both teams, making sure that everything can reset and make sure that you're really going to have to get more creative on your approach because apparently both teams have each other figured out. I think an attempted pass going to be cut out again by North Catholic.
I'm still thinking of ways that they can prevent some of the offensive push we've seen go through the corner because North Catholic has been unrelenting trying to keep the ball in dangerous confines. They're slowing possession down once they get into that offensive zone by utilizing the corner and taking the ball not directly on net, but making teams adjust, stretching the defense. It's kind of similar to what you see in football when you do that shotgun formation and spread out the defense. That's what Penn Manor's defense looks like right now. That you have to be sure of those solo challenges, otherwise you're gonna fall behind. You have to also make goals like that, and Mincy's gonna take full advantage.
I don't blame you for pausing for a second. I also thought Messi somehow pulled this off the backboard recovery. Mincy keeps it low, and for good reason. So hard to reach. That will inevitably ricochet its way in for Penn Manor, but that is what it's going to take. A little bit of a mistake in the midfield from North Catholic, and that is your margin of error. One missed challenge, and it might be going in your net.
Speaking of challenges, Mincy looking for more. Now, this is going to be dangerous. Messi, the charge, the miss, though. North Catholic still have the 1-goal advantage, but we're getting ever so closer to the end game. And a big bump. Messi, wide open net, needs to convert. You need to score goals like that if you want to be a state champion.
I don't think he realized just how much time he had. You can see the initial jump playing for 50 potentially. His teammate bumped out the defender, but then he tries to wave dash a shot, just try to keep it on target. And I think the nerves might have gotten to that player, even for a previous MVP of this very state championship. It can get to anyone, and same with this backboard pressure. It can beat even the best of defenses, and Messi is some of the best of finishers.
The speed, the pace, really favoring the Trojans at the moment, and that was what made this goal. Thermolobs high off the backboard, unguarded, not for design, but because of the fact they were unable to keep up with the pace of North Catholic High.
And right now, it's Penn Manor yet again having to really answer a lot of questions. Mainly, how are we going to be able to convert some of these saves that we can muster up into effective offense, potentially just by getting good 50s like that. That double commit at least starts pressure, but doesn't necessarily build anything off of it. Messi able to be dispossessed, but only for so long as Chip sends it right on back. And at this point, if I'm North Catholic, I'm content with the long ball. I would love to just waste out some time. However, it never hurts to get another goal. Messi going to be decimated off the pitch, and that will at least help Penn Manor be able to scrape another one out of their half.
Scraping by is not going to cut it with only 30 seconds to go. This one might be done and over. Another shout in the offensive zone. Messi down, and it's guarded well. Big miss. But Thermalops, the push across came at the most recommended time. Dancing Banana's going to make a pretty good save on the negative angle. It's not going to be enough, though. 2 goals, 10 seconds. I don't think so, Jeff. We're going to be going into a tie series for game number 3.
And if you're North Catholic, that's the response you want. Not only getting a victory by multiple goals, but doing it in a pretty clean way. They're getting on top of their shots. Messi's playing like you really want, being able to be the front man, being able to get those air dribbles, always keeping the defense on their toes. And a mixture of solo play and that team play is really something that makes every defense have to scratch their heads and say, okay, well, we're going to have to be ready for really anything to get pulled out of the sleeve.
Here's my caution. North Catholic looked very good over the last, I would say, 7 minutes of gameplay. But you cannot allow yourself to be one-dimensional. Yes, just about everybody has been able to work that ball through the corner. It's not just a one-person take-all goal situation or scenario. Everyone's getting involved. But if you continue to give that same exact look in through the corner, you might get Penn Manor to the point where, yes, we are going to be on that every single time. One of the best things about a best of 7 is the fact there are time for adjustments. You have coaches in your ear telling you, hey, this is what we need to do. And in a state championship like this, those people, those in-game leaders who are able to reveal that are going to shine through the most as we go to game number 3. Oh, I'm so excited.
And getting all those goals on is obviously the main course when you're really digging into a series like this. But the other thing is what you mentioned, making sure that the composure is one thing. Understanding you could drop a game. It's not about being perfect. It's about being good enough to beat out the team and take it one series at a time. North Catholic knows it well. So does Penn Manor. They're the ones looking to slap on back, issue a rebuttal. They're going to have to do it at least starting off from their own half. Thermal Ops actually taking a low 50, but not able to find that pass.
I like the team play, the breakout together from Penn Manor, and that is the type of gameplay, the teamwork that excites me. When you're able to get a short little punch out and then an initiation through. That being said, Messi can do the same thing and then carry it to a goal.
It was a really brave play by them. They did have Mincy really marching on down, getting that dunk, but Messi knows if they just chip it a little bit above, that's all they really need. And then beyond that, they're saying, well, if the defender doesn't predict that long hit, then maybe I can just finish it myself into that top shelf, and that is going to be pretty much unsavable from Penn Manor unless you cut that one out before it really begins. Messi going to the air, getting results yet again.
I feel like there might be an over-awareness of who is challenging the ball. You don't want to allow it to affect your game too much. I say that seeing Visor try to push the ball out of their own corner, almost in a panicked state, giving the ball away. Yes, Messi was on the way, looking for a 50 challenge, but if you're not passing in your own zone with aim, you're turning the ball over a majority of the time, and that's a cautionary tale.
Yeah, making sure you have possession. It's not as cleanly as, I would say, traditional sports in soccer, where you're just simply doing back passes. You're able to touch the ball through, because these players are whipping around at Mach 2 speeds. Also making sure that you are having to manage your boost. You have to make sure you are not going too far up, and any shot can really be going on target, even from the opponent's half. So when you do have this clean possession, it's mainly just about taking smart 50s when you don't have a clean clear. And when you do have a touch, making sure it finds someone like yourself. The solo play, pass a defender, it's an open net. Do they have the angle? It's rushed. That's not through. The second one not through either. Oh! Deflection credited to Bizor.
Credit to Bizor for sticking with this, and Messi came through. If Bizor's not there, like, that's not a goal by any stretch. Messi potentially makes the save, but stick-to-itiveness for Penn Manor is going to put this game all even. We'll see if they're able to keep it there. Big 50 with a challenge by Thermal Ops in the mid. And it's Chip to push that one right back through. I'm so encouraged, though, Taco, to see the development of these young people throughout a season. Even the evolution of North Catholic itself. It used to be this star-studded lineup. It used to be something that was borderline undefeatable. Now, with them facing adversity, they look better than ever, though some would argue the opposite.
Yeah, I think the fair thing to really speak of is in any scene when you have one team really just taking names over and over, you have to really look toward the other program and how they're building out. And I think Penn Manor has done more than well enough to be able to stay in these games. These aren't blowout games. The closest, or really the farthest apart we've seen is that game 2 so far. The 2-0 scoreline is a storyline that I really look forward to seeing continued throughout all of our series that we see today. And I think this is really the end result, what we're witnessing in this current moment. 2 minutes remaining. Teams are exchanging possession, just trying to ricochet every which way, trying to find a way through the defense. But right now, the ordinary is not what's going to work. You have to go to the extraordinary off the sidewall. Thermal Ops finds the bottom corner.
Let's talk about team play for a second. Messi is right there, leaves it for Thermal Ops. It's very easy to play hero ball. Messi did not do that in this case. Allows Thermal Ops the champ, and Thermal Ops delivers. That was exactly perfect example of what I was talking about. Like, it's not this star power lineup from the Trojans. It is team play. It is well-coached, designed grind that they seem to have better than ever before.
It's not necessarily how every single individual player plays, but it always helps to be able to finish a goal when it does present. Messi slowing down, slamming on the brakes, and realizing as long as I can put this one in between the sticks, and we have our third goal. That's a nice insurance, a pillow, little blanket to be able to settle in, get cozy with a 2-goal lead with 90 to go.
So now what does Penn Manor do? How do they conduct themselves? Because has been a much more straightforward thought process from North Catholic. They've done a great job of challenging midfield possession as well. Really allowing Penn Manor a little additional control, only to take it back with the counterattack. Case in point, Messi, another 50-50. This will dangle itself in the box. Quick transition? Not quite. Really well read. Because once again, North Catholic stingy defense in the midfield.
And I really like the ideas from Penn Manor. It's mainly just making sure that they actually have the space and composure to actually execute on them. I'm seeing the infield pass. I'm seeing the lead blockers go through, but it's just still not quite enough. And I would say it's not necessarily them to blame. It's just North Catholic being able to really tighten up all the seams, make sure there's no gaps in which a shot can really just go on through. Outside that one Penn Manor, somewhat pinball goal in front of their net, North Catholic has looked pretty solid. They're going to have to continue that because here comes Mincy. No initial touch in. The follow-up is going to be cut out just in time.
I love both the help offense and the help defense we saw. Both teams exuded it well. With only 12 seconds to go, the slow play in the box, Thermal Ops knows all they have to do is kill the time. Both teams are giving us a brilliant showing so far, Taco. And I find myself ever the more excited despite the North Catholic 3-1 victory. I don't think things are going to stay status quo. The Comets are here to stay, and they are going to put up quite the fight going into the next one.
Absolutely, and then we see another 2-1 lead, but also a couple double commits, a couple rough sides from North Catholic, so they're not out of the woods. I don't think they've fully figured out this series. I don't really think we've seen the last of Penn Manor. I don't think we've really seen them exhaust all their options. They have to get back into what they're focused on. Those infield passes, those demo plays, I think they really need to lean on it. I think at this point, they're just getting punished a bit more on the counterattacks. We saw a couple goals from North Catholic, really just long lobs down the field, just trying to throw off that last defender, and if that touch doesn't come through, normally those are the goals that are finding the back of the net.
You gotta love it. One more time, we're taking a slow-mo view, the couple of extra touches. At this point, you're full committed, but again, that stick-to-itiveness by Bizor, oh so important. And that's really what they're gonna need. Get knocked down, get back up again. Don't allow yourself to be hindered. Next man up, next game up mentality. And so far, what Penn Manor has shown us, I truly believe that they have more than a puncher's chance. They are championship worthy.
They certainly are, but they're going to start to have to prove it. Game 4 is either them tying up this series, being able to show they can also answer back, or it will be North Catholic going on to match point, and that is a scary place to be if you're any opponents who are defending champions here. 5 more minutes on the clock. We're right back into it, and so is Bizor setting up Dancing Banana, trying to get a pinch, and actually does get a good beat out, but that flick is going to be way too far for Mincy to be able to jump up for.
Oh, that was very dangerous. Another miss in the corner, bringing back shades of concern I had in games number 2 and 3. But that midfield pass play, the progression by Penn Manor is definitely something that you could put in your cap as exemplary. They've done a great job of finding each other in the midfield, and they're utilizing the extra touch to beat the oncoming pressure from the Trojans. This ball's going to be worked into the corner, and Visor has a chance to really slam it with Dancing Banana's help, but once again, so nobody skipped leg day from the Trojans.
No, absolutely not. And you're going to have to really carry a lot of weight on some of these 50s, get your car completely behind it, much like that one. The pitch as well, going to go across the goal, but that's really all it's going to find, that back corner. I feel like Mincy was concerned more about getting that boost, holding down that back line, and I don't blame them. I'd rather have a stable defense than getting constant shots on target. You got to make sure you prevent the other team, though. That's another deflection. And wait, a demo going to completely clear the way from one end to the other, from panic to celebration.
Really loving it. It was messy the last one back. Banan's gonna get that demo, and it's a great first blood goal from Penn Manor. This is the way you need to start. They started off well in game number 1. Let's see if they can get a second one. Really solidify the statement.
Ooh, but it can be so easily undone off kickoff. Looks like Thermalops had the first shot. Chip will have the second. Penn Manor standing firm, able to get that touch out, and those are really the crucial moments. We've seen kickoff goals rear their head before, and it can be an ugly head. It's never a fun way to give a goal so hard earned, and it's Dance Up and trying to earn another one. Even that angle going to be a bit too rich.
Ooh, but I love the attempt, the tenacity. More and more, that's going to be the word that you find me using for what the Comets have been able to put together on the pitch. They're going to be very tenacious as a 3v1. Dancing Banan puts it in, but Chip staying with it. The third one in, going to be the last one on the board.
And that's all they really need to do, just keep it on target. I feel for Bizor, they got pushed up a little bit because they tried to read that backboard read. They realized it's not necessarily the danger. They need to get the next shot, but in those moments when you see a player rearing it as fast as possible, even if they have an odd angle, you can't help but pre-jump, and you see them almost regret it mid-air, as that one will just delicately dance on in. But they can't always be beauties, but they all count the same.
We're ever closer to getting to halftime, and both of these teams, they've drawn the battle lines in the midfield of the pitch, in that Penn Manor defensive zone through the corners. I'm still looking for the Comets, though, to show me some offensive identity. They've done a lot of reacting. They haven't done a lot of pace setting. That being said, if they're able to get some of those passes in the offensive zone and connect on them, oh, am I ever excited. Maybe I caught a glimpse there of what I was looking for.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of deflections, but one thing from Penn Manor that I'm seeing actually far better than really, I would say, North Catholic to this point is when there is a pass option available, they will try to find it, and it's going to result in a lot of clean pressure. That is maybe not a pass necessarily, but it almost acted as one. Thermalops, I think, just trying to settle one down to the corner, but instead it's Penn Manor waiting, lurking for the opportunity. North Catholic really running all over each other, trying to get this clear, and finally they will with Thermalops to the corner for another 50.
Here we are again in the corner, and Messi looking to power through. Gets through 2 defenders, but an entire defense very tough to beat on only a single can of boost. Visor, the counterattack goal.
Well, 4th time is the charm on this one, just trying to draw in a defender, but then even on top of this, look at the corner on the air roll, chipping it just above the first challenge, and that's why as a second defender, you have to be on your toes, or whatever the car equivalent of that is, the tread, what have you. Otherwise, that ball is going to soar into that top corner just like it did for Bizor and Penn Manor. A lead to protect and 90 seconds to go.
Oh my goodness, now I'm going to start thinking about the anatomy of a octane in comparison to human biology. Maybe don't get caught on your emergency brake.
There's something there. We will find it, and I'm sure North Catholic has to believe the same about their second goal, but they're going to have to dig themselves out of defense. Penn Manor looking relentless. They do not want to let this one go, and the best defense sometimes is just keeping it on offense. That's going to be a dangerous roll down. In fact, it bounces out. They did have a second, but the third is required to keep this ball in the North Catholic half.
Doesn't matter that they're 1 goal ahead. Penn Manor, no stop. Visor, clear communication on that charge. I'm going for the demo. Just finish it, and somehow North Catholic are able to keep the ball out. They get another charge in, and it's a Mincy goal that may be the assurance they need.
One thing I'm really proud of Penn Manor for doing is that when you feel like you have an advantage, when you have obviously the lead, it's one thing to protect it, it's another thing to build off of it, but so often I see teams try to over push, get greedy, let's really put this one in the dirt, let's try to get a third goal, maybe even a fourth, but I notice on these rotations, Penn Manor is going very quick in the first two challenges, then taking a step back, letting North Catholic panic, and then throwing it right back in their faces. It's good pacing and a really mature play from the high schoolers here on Penn Manor, making sure that they are keeping this ball in the half and not letting too many things slip out, much like that. Fantastic midfield challenge to keep it in North Catholic's side.
Well, folks, with only 10 seconds to go, looks like we're going to have another series tied up. And if you ask me, I'm looking at this with the mentality of maybe I'm a scout for a college. Like, I'm drooling at the amount of action I get to see between these two teams. And if you have one team that's oh so tenacious against another that has done so good at sticking to their offensive game plan and getting everyone involved, something has to break somewhere. And I think Penn Manor have the most room to improve, and I don't mean that in a negative sense by any stretch of the imagination. If Penn Manor make a couple of adjustments here or there, North Catholic are going to be on their emergency break, be on their heels as we take one more look. Visor, such great control. Messi, not there. You have to be able to defend on the back end. Of course, Messi took himself out with that hard charge in the offensive side. You got to trust your teammates to be able to put that one out or in, depending upon the offensive defensive circumstance.
Yeah, and it's tough. I think with both these teams, we have seen threats, and even though we've seen really on that last one, Visor getting that air dribble, it's mostly been team plays. It's mostly just getting a lot of shots off, and sometimes you criticize teams for just shooting everything, and you need to get that finishing up, but that stat can be misleading. When you see a lot of shots, I think in Penn Manor's case, you're seeing a lot of pressure on the ball. Even if they're not going in, it's forcing North Catholic to take it seriously. If it's on your backboard, you need to dedicate someone there. If it's going off to the side, you have to be able to leave goal, trust that your next defender will fill in on the goal line to make sure that a following shot is saved away. I don't think North Catholic had an answer. Penn Manor was the one asking all the questions, and it is pop quiz time. North Catholic, you better keep notes, because otherwise it's going to be a very rough Game 5, especially with Danza Banan going for style off the kickoff. Nearly a flip reset, but maybe something more ordinary to follow up. A 50 just in time for Messi to deprive Penn Manor of the opening shot.
I mean, we're not too far away from RLCS Worlds. Keep in mind the level of statistic, how important this game number 5 is in the backdrop of how often the team that goes up 3-2 tends to win. Normally, it's not as disturbing a number as 95% as it was down in Arlington, but it is usually a majority of the time. So both of these teams, they're going to want to win this one. They're going to be putting all of their effort into doing so.
You know, it's not an impossibility, but statistics are there for a reason. Once you have that leg up, it's just the psychological aspect also on the losing side, knowing that you're so close. It makes you want to play a bit more apprehensive. It makes you want to really risk a little bit more to be able to push forward, and I think that's the thing that all these players need to stay locked in. Not only are tournaments won one series at a time, but those individual series, you have to take it 5 minutes in these small increments. You gotta make sure you don't have these misses. I don't think North Catholic was ready for this one, but Penn Manor need to be ready for this new carry out. Messi trying, cause all the havoc.
And they are going to get a potential extended stay in the offensive zone as Thermal Ops is going to take this all the way across. And North Catholic have not had the free reign we saw in their 2 victories. They're going to have to create something different. It can't just continue to be corner ball. That being said, the stall ball through the corner hasn't been a bad thing. I want to see a little bit more possession, maybe a midfield pass play that they're able to shoot a one-timer into. Oh, the block on that! He had the line!
How incredibly cerebral was that? If you can't get to the shot, you get to the shooter. Knocked out of the way. Penn Manor has to be shaking their heads. How do you read that one?
Oh my gosh!
I would say North Catholic getting away with it, but that's what a survivor instinct is all about. Doing what it takes to stay involved in this game. They're going to have to do more than that, though. A series of shots. Messi, more or less, is just the wall right now in the back.
I love it. I had an extra monitor. We were able to see the stream, and I'm watching it one more time. Like, he literally sniped him out of the air for that shot. I'm not sure if that was the intention, but that may go down as my play of the entire year with how spot on it was. I paused because that really should have been a goal, Taco. You cannot allow those balls to just caress the goal line without finding pay dirt.
You see Penn Manor going forward, but sometimes it's just trying to dive on in. You know that the shot has to come in quickly. And same with the save. Bizor with the pre-flip, and that's what was required. Keep that one out. Good on North Catholic for recognizing that goal line looked a little too unguarded.
Oh!
Taste bar down, and it looks like Dancing Banan will be there for the clear. North Catholic shaking their heads now. They're the ones getting denied on the goal line.
In a series that hasn't seen less than 4 goals in a single game, we are already 3.5 minutes gone by, scoreless. Both of these teams fully attenuated on 1 goal, and that is the first one. Mincy gonna fight it from the midfield.
Again, it's the team play. 1 to 2, right down to 3.
Wow.
And the bounce shot to boot, so hard to read. Thermal Ops, I don't really blame them for blazing on by that one. You're expecting something higher, but it's the one going low that's ultimately going to beat you out. 90 seconds from moving on to match point, getting that auspicious win percentage in your favor, and maybe even building off it off the kickoff. Double commit, and the third is required to get that out. Messi not only getting the dunk, but the second as well.
And this is big. Chance to work it through the corner. Goes for the demo. That is an open net, but Mincy will get across at the right time. And there's still a chance. Messi shot on from the crease. Will not be able to find it over Bizor. They have relentless pressure, and too far. They will overcome it, and Dancing Banan takes full advantage.
Really well done. Mincy getting the 50, and not only that, but Dancing Banan knows if they get a hard enough clear, that's going to be all the way out of their half. I don't even think they anticipated it being a clean shot, but it's certainly clean contact, getting it with the corner of that car. And now North Catholic, if you're not in panic mode, now you really have to. You might have some time to get a few shots off, but a few are really all you're going to be able to muster.
And for North Catholic, oh no! I was gonna say a goal there would bring it back, but that is just going to affect the mental. You do not convert on what was a point-blank play. We'll see if they're able to bring it back together. Messi again from the crease. It will find its way in. The second attempt goes through, and the Trojans are on the board.
Well, we're still just waiting on admin rule for too many players in the field. The crossbar has been making quite the appearance for Penn Manor, being that reliable 4th defender. But either way, North Catholic realizes, okay, let's just pass around the crossbar, putting it on target, making sure the defender absolutely has to make a save. And that is the end result. Sometimes you're on the back pedal, you can't get the touch, and sometimes you can't get the second either. The comeback from North Catholic.
Oh, they're in with a shout. The hometown heroes, they come through, and North Catholic, despite looking like they were down and out, they put it on in a mere 30 seconds. I would have thought that you would come up defeated. They're showing me fortitude I did not think I'd see today. 3 goals in under a minute.
This is championship caliber play, and this is the mark of champions. This is why the defending champs, the back-to-back, they had their backs against the wall, and they just marched right on forward, unfearing, uncontested on some of these, and they might even get some more. That clear going all the way across, and now it's Penn Manor having to shake their heads, realizing where did it all go wrong, and where do we have any chance of getting back into this one, especially with Chip taking it to the corner, digging it out of their half one more time, potentially for one more opportunity. They're gonna have to keep it up at the very least. To the corner is Dancing Banan. One more touch from Mincy, another 50 going through, a shot from Mincy, but that's all it's gonna be. Tapped down, and North Catholic Wipe the sweat off your brow. What a way to finish Game 5.
Yeah, it becomes the reverse Uno card of momentum, I might add. I thought for a second that North Catholic was down and out. They proved me wrong, and probably the main reason I made the prediction at the top, North Catholic, because until they proved me wrong, but not in that way, never mind.
I think it's one thing from Penn Manor, but again, this is why you always have to stay focused. They had 2 goals, and I love what I was seeing, but then you see 2 quick back-to-back goals, and then the third starts to come in, and I don't even blame them. I don't even want to really criticize their play. It's North Catholic excellence, and we're seeing really some of it at work here with these high lobs, just sending it as high as possible, letting your front man get the first challenge, bouncing down, and then you're starting to see all these initial challenges coming through. Getting all those 50s through and making sure the defense is clean is really going to be the main staple, I think, of both of these teams. I think all the goals that we have seen through are a matter of just trying to knock down a defense, just slowly erode them until you have enough of the space to be able to finish.
And that's what I love about what I've seen from North Catholic. It is a grinding, pushing style of gameplay, whereas in the past, I don't want to call it hero ball, but it could very easily fall under they won by star power. Now you're going to have to grind for it, and they have proven themselves. They put themselves in the position. Match point on the line in game number 6. Can North Catholic deliver, or does Penn Manor have another comet strike from the heavens?
That was almost one coming from above, but defense will be there just in time. Same with that touch. Chip is just going to roll that one all the way down, and I think at this point, this is going to be really more of a mental match than anything else. I talked about really how debilitating it can be to fall behind in a series with only 1 game remaining until you're eliminated, but talk about that on the tail end of a comeback. 3 unanswered in under a minute from their opponents. Penn Manor digging deep. It is not over yet. You still have plenty of time to be able to try to bring this one to a Game 7.
Yes, you do, and a ball low by Messi gets past the first challenge. 50-50s are going to be able to keep this ball in, and North Catholic have been able to establish more pressure than ever before by winning the 50s in the midfield. However, if you lose the ball in your own zone, you are asking to get shot upon. Beiser, the initial save. They need everybody on that one as Messi's strike from the crease will be quelled to the side. We'll see how Penn Manor break out.
Yeah, I do like these tiny touches I'm seeing from North Catholic, being able to jump up and just get a little deflection. It doesn't actually do anything for the offense, but it slows down the counterattack. And a lot of defense at the highest level is really just making sure that you're buying time for your teammates if you are a little bit shorthanded. So touches like that from North Catholic show that they're in the mental game, staying firm, understanding what they need to do, and really facilitating each other to find some success. Demo play, making a return for Penn Manor, somewhat accidentally, but it will indeed set something up. You see Mincy going for that redirect down. Pass a shot either way will be cut through.
Now we have a chance. Chip will miss out on the initial touch. That's a double whip. Now Messi, desperate to keep this ball out, gets just enough of it to keep it in the corner. But North Catholic in dangerous confines. 2 minutes gone by, and both these teams look to be sweating out the first goal yet again. And I'm all here for it. Give me those grinding 50-50s. Slow that ball down in the midfield and show me something that I haven't seen before.
We're seeing a little bit of doubt coming through from Penn Manor. You saw Messi throw the ball through the middle, and they actually kind of read it perfectly, I thought, and then just side flipped out of the way. They're trying to get the deflections more so than just the solid contact. Honestly, I'm more of a fan of not perfect at controlling every 50-50, but at least just thinking about where you need it to go and where it can absolutely not go, and trying to just hedge your bets on a couple of them. Same with that one. Needed a save. They opted for a catch. It will be cleared out, and there will be a chase at least from Dancing Banana. It's a deflection off the crossbar, just enough to get the save.
What a
by a Chip, kind of take it underneath, and it will be converted. Look at the composure.
The slow play, the get by Beisar, who hard committed into that, and Thermal Ops will not get. Did Thermal Ops actually get credit for the pull shot there?
I don't know if they got.
I want to go contact the science team on that, but Thermal Ops definitely helped power through the 50-50 on the back end. And so North Catholic, team play again, shining through. The Trojans, they're waiting outside the gates. Do they have what it takes to finish off this series and play for yet another Pennsylvania State Championship final?
Well, Messi is the IRL equivalent is called the Little Magician, and at times that's looking like a Houdini act from Messi. Penn Manor is looking for demos. I like the lead blocker that we just saw seconds ago, but Messi is able to escape it. Penn Manor needs to dig deep, not just because it's a one goal to determine their tournament fate, but because they need to make sure everything goes their way. A bump to lead the way. Where is the second? There it is, but far too late. It looked wide open, but Penn Manor, you got to make sure you have your boost, but you can't just be giving up these offensive opportunities.
Oh no, another miss, and that is Thermal Ops to put it through. All three members of Penn Manor miss, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
And sometimes you don't need the cleanest touch. I think we're so focused on solo plays being these air dribbles, all these double taps, that it's sometimes just as easy as going off a sidewall, recognizing that third and second are too far spaced, put it in between them, force some confusion, and convert on an open net. Speaking of Mincy, trying to open one up, but Dancing Banan didn't want to invest in the plan. They actually dove away instead of trying to commit, and that might cost them as Penn Manor quickly running out of time. Every missed opportunity is going to be another 5 to 10 seconds off that clock.
And with time being so essential, yes, they are in the offensive zone, but you're seeing the distance from challenge. That's what concerns me the most. It's not that smash mouth attitude they had in the beginning of the series. It's almost a patient style. When you're down by 2 at this time frame, you cannot be patient. You have to go, and they are paying for it in dividends on the clock. Only 20 seconds to go. 2 goals the difference. Bizor, do they have a shout? The push through. It's going to be in the corner, in the crease. Mincy is there. The shot on. Big save by Messi. The push across. With 10 seconds to go, they have one more touch and are unable to convert. Taco, I'd hate to say it, but Penn Manor, their hopes are dashed. The Comets burn out in the atmosphere.
North Catholic, I mean, if you come for the king, you best not miss. And they did not on many opportunities, but not enough in the end. It is indeed the Trojans taking our win. First series of the day, they're moving on to that grand final. And I think we'd expect nothing less of them. But I don't really want to underplay Penn Manors. They really had them on the ropes at times. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how that program develops in the coming semesters.
100%. To be honest, that you and I, we've covered it for the last year. I've been able to cover it for the past couple years. Seeing North Catholic tested the way that we saw them tested in this match, not some, we're fooling around. Anyone could have lost at any time. No greater influence of that was shown than the fact they come from behind the 2-0 to 3-0. So North Catholic, they're our winners of the upper portion of this bracket. The bottom portion of the bracket going to be what we end up going to next. So, folks, you don't want to go away. It's Avon Grove going to be going up against Baldwin High School, and it's just after a short break.
There's nothing like the promise of a new day. St. Joseph's University now offers more life-changing opportunities than ever. More programs, labs, and innovation. More majors, more to explore, more to celebrate. Backed by over 170 years as Philadelphia's Jesuit University, St. Joseph's changes lives, starting with yours.
We are St. Joseph's University. We're up for anything, to be ready for an ever-changing future, so that we succeed again and again and again.
On the way and good.
Discover more at sju.edu.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PIEA State Championships here live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We are in the Final Four, and semifinal number 2 is coming up. Of course, we have already seen Penn Manor High School get taken down by the defending champs, North Catholic High, but Avon Grove and Baldwin High are going to be battling it out in that other semifinal for a chance to take them on and to take on all the glory. And oh, is it oh so exciting. Folks, my name is Ken Carmen, Kendo Slice, and I am here with my friend, the Danger Taco, Jeff. Oh, that first matchup, it took a lot out of my brain because let's just say it was a roller coaster ride of emotions for both teams.
Yeah, I could see that, particularly because it really was back and forth. That game 1 had 9 goals in it just to be able to tear those two teams apart, and then after that it was just a shootout, of which North Catholic, I think, just took less of a little bit of an injury by the stretch of it. So they were able to scrape on by a crazy comeback win right before they were able to take the series in their match point game. And I think it shows, as we mentioned, that North Catholic isn't necessarily the overwhelmingly dominant team that they've always been, but they're still getting business taken care of, and I think these two teams are going to be the really last remaining appendages of this Pennsylvania system that can actually try to put a stop to them. I think Avon Grove and Baldwin High are two great candidates to be able to take on that role.
You know, I completely agree with you, my friend. The fact is, now more than ever before, there are upstart teams that are getting better, and we have already seen that it isn't this high and lofty North Catholic Trojan squad that we are used to. We're not seeing sweeps in the lead up to the finals, or I imagine I'm gonna go out of my way. I hope I don't curse this. I don't think we're going to see a sweep in the final either. I think this is going to be grinded out Rocket League, and upstarts like Avon Grove, like Baldwin High are oh so essential. We do have an interview for one and all to listen to, and it's going to be Coach Nathan Elias from Baldwin High. He's going to be talking about what esports means to this upstart high school program.
My name is Nathan Elias. I'm the coach at Baldwin High School for all of our esports. So I think esports is a really great way to give kids some opportunity to maybe compete in an area where they might not have had an opportunity before, especially with a lot of competition is centered around like traditional athletics for school districts. So esports gives avenues for kids who are more interested in video games to be a part of a group, be competitive, make friendships. So we just started this year, and I think it's been a great success. We have had the kids be super excited about it and super thrilled that we added it. So all in all, I think it's a great thing for school districts to have. So I would think the team that we're probably most worried about is North Catholic. I think they won last season, if I remember correctly, and we played them a little earlier this season, and we did lose. We lost 3-2 in Game 5, so there's definitely a lot of skill on that team, and we would really like to get revenge and get payback for the game that we lost in the regular season. So all in all, I think we are super excited to be competing in the PIEA. It's been a really great experience for us and the kids, and we hope to kick butt at this championships and all the ones following.
And I love what Coach Elias had to say about the avenues that esports opens up. I want to say a piece on that myself, Taco, because I think of former champion from North Catholic, Jonathan, someone that I've kept in contact with after broadcasting their glorious debut on the national or the state championship stage, has gone on multiple universities now, Shenandoah as well as Akron, working on building esports, building a business, building a brand for themselves. Both colleges, Shenandoah able to put on multiple live events fronted by a student athlete. Then you think about what he's been able to do on the Akron side of things, competing with one of the premier Rocket League teams in Collegiate Rocket League. Like, the avenues that esports open up are limitless.
And to be able to see that at the high school level and then be able to apply that passion in a constructive way is great, because the infrastructure is there for esports. It's starting to explode. It's really crazy to me as a former athlete myself, going through high school, getting recruited for soccer in college. Seeing that same thing be structured for esports is phenomenal. Same with being able to slowly move into game number 1 here of yet another semifinal, Kendo, because we know that North Catholic is in that final, but we also are very much aware that Avon Grove and Baldwin High are the only 2 remaining teams that can take a shot at the Kings.
Well, that shot at the Kings is going to be presented to you by St. Joseph's University, and it is game number 1 underway. The Red Devils of Avon Grove versus the Fighting Highlanders of Baldwin High. We got some amazing mascot names in this one.
There can only be one, Kendo, but at least for this one, there's 3. One player does not make a team. I think we saw that last series with Messi. That is the player that really everyone had their eyes on, but it was a full team display, and I think this one isn't going to be no different between these 2 teams. It's going to have to be everyone working together constructively, getting those passes through, or maybe just the 50s. That one actually going it through it for AGHS, and not going to be quickly turned away, so much more of a cagey game 1 compared to our last semifinal.
Now, my cautionary tale going into this one, we heard what Coach Elias was able to put forth, and that they're thinking about North Catholic. That's the team that they are looking out for. It may be a twinge of fear. More the tentative feel of that is a champion that we want to beat, and we know they're good. We want the revenge. My cautionary tale is this: you cannot overlook Avon Grove, because this is the only undefeated team in the Final Four. They lost a mere 2 games in the regular season. 2 games. They've been dominant all season. We're going to see if that translates here in the semifinal.
Yeah, it's certainly a scary thing to realize, especially because they're also up against Baldwin, who actually throughout all of the regular season, I believe they had plus 17 game differential, which is even more impressive when there was only 23 games played in total. So they're really putting forward all of these touches. In fact, they were so dominant in that game differential that they actually finished on top of North Catholic during regular season play, and that's really, I think, the efficiency you need out of it. It's not just being able to win these games, it's being able to do so dominantly, but no longer are you dealing with the mild speed bumps of some teams that might not be up to your level. You are playing against true competitors, the winners of their divisions, and it's really up to you to make sure that you have what it takes to be able to fend off those offenses. Much like that, the backboard read is there for Avon Grove, but not the counterattack.
Now, we'll say there are 2 players that you want to watch out. One from either team. Infinite Memes came in, was by far the goal scorer for their squad. You throw in Demented Sheep on the Avon Grove side, and this is a very interesting matchup that so far has gone scoreless. Not for lack of trying, though. Both of these teams sending some markers to the other side.
Oh my goodness, I love the backboard play. In fact, the 3rd time, they like it so much they're going to keep on going back to it. But I like the creativity coming out from Baldwin. Send a player to the backboard just to post up and pass a ball down. It's really out-of-the-box thinking like that are going to propel you to these goals. Young Dan looking to propel that one off a pinch. Not going to be able to find the mark on that. Sent right back from Bez. Open net potentially. Trips needs to put it between the posts, and it's not going to be able to do so. Markler just not finding the accuracy. Neither will his follow-up shot. And so rough from both sides. I can smell the goal.
They can smell it, or maybe that's lunch. I'm not sure yet, Taco. But I will say this, the limit testing, the trying things out, that might be a little avant-garde in approach. It's perfect to do in a game number 1, especially when your opponent is giving you the room to do so. Both of these teams maybe a little bit loose on the challenge. We've seen some great pushes in utilization of the backboard and the sidewalls to create additional space. And, you know, the trite cliche is it's a feeler. No, both of these teams, I think, are getting ready to put their best foot forward, and they're doing it right now in the last minute.
And Baldwin High still looking for those infield passes, but the recipient is not there. Double commit, I was going to say, too many players right there for Avon Grove, but no real harm being done. You see the deep rotations. I think both teams understand that with every second that ticks by, especially now with 30 seconds, you can't be really affording to have any of these beats out on these 50s. That one over the bar, the 50, still sitting there, but Markler able to lob one up for infinite memes. Another clear, but is that going to be enough to keep Avon Grove at bay? 15 seconds remaining, maybe only one more shot remaining in this affair.
Mercy, I had a feeling this one was going to be close. I did not think we would go to a game one with a potential golden goose on the line. 0-0, overtime. Demented Sheep going to keep this one up. Great pass play. That's off the backboard hard. Do they have the shot? They do! Demented Sheep with the game winner!
Demented Sheep with an insane read past 3 defenders. You see Monkey Ball just trying to jump at it, just trying to flip out of the way. Please let me recover because there's a save to be made, but it's too late in its inception. Great job to be able to get a 0-second goal. That game is not done until that ball hits the turf.
Oh, man. You'll love to see it. And that one's going to go down in my notes as quite the clincher. It's one thing if one person is able to keep the ball up. When you get an entire team that is pushing together and exemplifying team structure like that, and we get one more look at it, and oh, it is so good. Floating it off the barren backboard, and Demented Sheep, we mentioned at the onset, the person to look out for, quite the striker for this team, ends up delivering in the clutch. Expect that from both of the stars of these teams. Infinite memes, no slouch either.
No, not at all. And I think the main thing that you need to focus on is something that we've seen plenty of times, actually in our last semifinal, is just being able to keep the ball interesting. And at 0 seconds, that's what you need to do. You need to keep it in the air. What better way than to be able to lob it down, then put it right back up high, and then you just put it on target. Demented Sheep doing a wonderful job to make sure that they're not just trying to blast the ball as quickly as possible. Just try to put it toward the post. Just try to keep things alive, and maybe you'll get one more opportunity, but there's no risk there. Just get one more shot off, and sometimes something wonderful can happen. I would say if you are on the side of Baldwin High, maybe that's not so wonderful. You're not going to be super happy about that. You might give a clap to your opponents, but that's about it. That's why Game 2 is here, to see if they can have the response, because that is a heartbreaking way to be able to drop behind in the series.
Absolutely, and I know that our friends at St. Joseph's University must be watching this one close, because already we've seen some brilliant play from these high schoolers. And I'm looking... I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's a majority of seniors on both of these teams. This may be their last chance to really score some points in Rocket League in the high school generation. Got to take your shot. You can't throw it away.
And being able to play, really, to try to sign off your potential esports career there is something that you never really want to be in a position to do, but it's a good way to send yourself off, and especially if you can get into that second place, that is where the scholarship prizing begins. Every cent really helps, so I'm sure these players want to get a piece of it. I love the creative approach from young Dan, but not able to get that one in. Demented Sheep nearly pinching one top corner. That one also will not find the mark.
That one had me blowing strawberries, my friend. I could not believe they were able to get that pinch, and now it's a golden opportunity. El Priesel, it's on the line! First blood for the Red Devils!
That was a frozen rope to that crossbar, and luckily they land right next to it so they can be able to tap it on home. Multitude of crossbar bounces, in fact, so that's how sharp the angle has to be. But good finishing, being able to present yourself with an open shot, because those are the shots you really need to make sure they count. If they just trickle on goal, you're really just throwing away clear opportunities.
Dangerous play there by Infinite Memes. I really don't like bringing it across the goal crease, even with both of your teammates there. One miscommunication could have led to probably the most tragic own goal of this really entire season. El Priesel quickly in, and right now Baldwin need to get out of their own zone. That ball has had an alarming amount of time in the defensive box.
And these pitches don't make it any easier. I would say same for the read as well. Ben Sheep got every single pixel of that touch, and right now, Baldwin High would really do well just to get any part of this touch on these clears. They're getting abused on the backboard right now. It is getting thrown left, right, and center. But they're doing enough to keep their opponents at bay, and maybe it allows them to break out, but not before Demented Sheep throws it right back into the mixer.
So far, Avon Grove has shown us great team play. They've been able to rope the ball back and forth to each other. Baldwin High will finally get out of their zone with a shout, but unless I see cohesion on the challenge forward, I don't know that it's doing them too many favors. They've been losing out possession on the ball because of loose touches, just like that one. There hasn't been the pass up forward. Markler has a chance to put a marker into the net, but it's going to be very easily elementary pushed to the side by El Brizel. There hasn't been as much forethought. Granted, they haven't had time for the forethought.
No, but Baldwin at least being patient with some of these touches, going for a flick like we just saw out of there is one thing, but making sure they defend is a whole other. That is really, I think, the central premise that they're dealing with. It's not that Baldwin High's offense is not doing work. It's just that they're spending so much time just trying to clear the ball out, and Avon Grove is just sending it right on back.
I am very pleased that we did see some backboard defense, but the double commits, both on the backboard defense and right there in the offensive zone, are really doing the Highlanders some injustice. Whereas before in game number 1, it seemed like both teams were keeping up with each other, exchanging blows. This time around, it's just a reactionary frenzy that the Highlanders have found themselves in. Need to be a little less fight, maybe a little more forethought.
I do like the double tap attempt from Markler, and the putback isn't bad either, but didn't want to commit on the cut or the third rotation, so maybe let's try another attempt. However, cleared away yet again by Avon Grove. But these aren't just senseless clears. I've noticed they're actually finding the passes very well. Avon Grove knowing that it's not just enough to throw it forward. You got to make sure someone's on the end of it. That one nearly finding it's a fitting end in the back of the net. But Baldwin High doing just enough on the goal line to get another clear.
I mean, a lot of people liken hockey and Rocket League together, and there is the idea of dump and chase, putting the possession into the opposing's defense zone in an area where there is a chase opportunity. That being said, Infinite Memes finally going to deliver. You can't let that loose ball go through, El Brizel.
That's a little bit of a tough one, though. But also, you see Young Dan rotating back. They actually catch a little bit of bump on their own teammate, but that's fine. They're still in position as long as that shot doesn't go. Oh, no, it went right into the top corner. So the placement is spectacular from Infinite Memes, and so too is the comeback. They're right back into the game, and 50 seconds remaining. Might even have a chance to get a little bit of a hero's return to this series, though they will give up on that last attack and have to sit back onto their defense. Young Dan sending another high lob with Infinite Memes trying to go for it, but they will get the clear.
Another double commit, though, has me concerned. Yes, they are even on the scoreline, but time of possession very clearly in Avon Grove's corner. We'll see if Demented Sheep has the control out. Looked for the pass, was not able to deliver, and if there's one thing that I've noticed about the Red Devils more than anything else, they are always looking for each other. It is inspirational Rocket League to watch. I wish my teammates in ranked were looking for me the way that they're looking for each other.
Well, it's something we can all hope for, especially with a chance for 0 second. Baldwin, do they have a chance of striking back, getting some revenge? The answer, it seems, is no. They'll have to wait and settle for the golden goal in OT to see if they can get back into this series, make it 1-1, and do it something flashy to the backboard, double commit, and 2 required to get that clear.
Well, Avon Grove, they're going to push this one forward. A little bit of a rough touch. Baldwin High do seem much more calm and collected, and these demos are devastating on the back line. You cannot overcommit, though, in order to create them. We'll see. If they're able to get the payoff here as a push towards the net. El Brizel, solid goal line defense. And Avon Grove, they haven't been tested there too much, but they've shown themselves to be strong defensively.
Yeah, Markler has been able to go for some little bit more mechanical plays. Seen some double tap attempt came through earlier. But I'm also liking the tactical brain on the young man going through and getting the touch off of the side wall, and then also being able to immediately follow through for the demo. They're always making sure their touches have a purpose to it, and there's a lot of good rational thinking going into these plays. I think Baldwin High has a chance of getting through. It's through plays like that. You have to break down Avon Grove very tactically, because it seems like brute force really just isn't enough.
Ooh, that's another concerning touch from El Brizel out of their own corner. I do not like the weakness. Oh, and a backward touch. They're able to get help from their friends. This Demented Chief will shout that one across, redirect it out of the way. El Brizel has me concerned on the back line at the moment, Taco, because this ball, outside of a couple mistouches, should not have been in the defensive zone that long.
No, not at all, but it's fine to be able to let the ball sit. You can't let those stuns, though, just sit by, as we see a miss, but the follow-up by Jim is there. Double commit on the goal line. A follow-up shot to the top bins, but it's going to ricochet off the edge. Baldwin High, so close, but they still just are not getting that satisfaction.
Missed opportunities, missed touches, mistakes have plagued both these teams in this overtime. Baldwin High going to wish they had one more shot at that wide open net. Aforementioned, though, they do have pressure for the first time in game number 2, and they have been able to prolong it. One additional touch, all that is needed. They're looking to work this ball off of the sidewall and off of the backboard. The miss comes in again, and it's Infinite Memes. Who else to score the winning game goal?
Really good job from Markler. They could very easily have just tapped that one down and try to take a dribble, but instead they understand Monkey Ball not only can take it up the wall, but then put it down somewhere dangerous. All 3 players required. Infinite Memes getting the decisive goal after just about a half of a game played, so we're getting bonus content in this overtime, and it really just a well-worked play from Baldwin High, using all 3 players, keeping the ball, putting it in right into the mixer, and hoping that the defense can't deal with it.
This is one of those moments where, as a teammate, you have to reach over to your friend, and I'm looking at everybody around El Brizel. It's like, hey, it's okay. That's one game. It's a best-of-7 series for a reason. We're going to give us our best. We're already up by 1. It's all even Stevens right now. Don't worry about it. But it was an alarming amount of misses there at the end that led to that goal. I'm conflicted. Both of these teams, though, both these teams have shown us a lot early on, and I guarantee that this is going to be the closest series we've seen, not only all day, maybe the entire day. Maybe you could talk about the Valorant side as well. I think we have a banger on our hands. It might go the distance.
Yeah, we're looking at a lot of back and forth, and I think the main thing that I have my eye on going into this Game 3 is obviously who's going to be able to really go into the forefront and say, no, this is our series, we're going to be able to take control, is more or less trying to tighten up on the defense. We've seen double commits on both sides. We've seen close angles on both sides, and really it's whatever team adjusts better. That is what makes a good team, is not just being able to score all the goals and get the saves, but how do you adjust when you come up against adversity?
Well, we're going to get a prime display from both teams, and for Baldwin High, they go back to the well that got them there. The demo game has been fantastic. Somehow, they're able to keep that ball out, and Avon Grove, the push, they might have pushed too much. The shot on will be saved to the side. El Brizel, that's huge. Does Demented Chief have an additional touch? No. Quickly back and forth as these two teams streaking offensively against each other.
And a good save's coming through, but a lot of frantic play right now. It's breakneck pace. Every team wants to get the goal. You want to be able to go through. You're like a shark smelling blood in the water, but you always have to just take one step back and understand, all right, it's fine. We don't need 50 goals. We just need that 1 or 2 and then be able to defend it otherwise. But I think after this initial foray, we're going to have to see something. Markler on the half rotation. That's the awareness required to put one through.
My favorite part about this goal is how much Markler slowed down the pace, allowed the defense to get back one, but it was not an active get back. It was an idle get back. They're sitting on the goal line. They're looking up like Mr. Wiggum saying, I'm in danger. And they're able to get that quick turn. So first blood to Baldwin High. They continue their momentum from game number 2. Do they have even more in the tank is my question. What does Almond Grove do? They have gone scoreless for really about, I think I need to do the math. Caster math is hard. About 6 minutes now?
Yeah, it's been quite some time, but I think it's not for lack of trying, and that's something where I think the mentality has to come through, and that's also where coaches can be very helpful, training their students just to laugh that stuff off. It's like, all right, well, we've had plenty of chances, but just mean to put one between the sticks. If you do that instead of saying, and start to get a little bit more frustrated, you start to pound the desk a bit, grip your control a little bit tighter, I think that's where series can get away from you. Almond Grove needs to understand that that game for game 2 was a loss, but it was a close one. It had to go into an extra 2.5 minutes, and really it just came down to a couple whiffs, but they're understandable whiffs. It's in dangerous position. Just shake it off, focus on your game plan, because right now it really is working. Like these 50s underneath a defender, the corner bounce not going to be enough.
During the regular season, the Red Devils did not seem to get challenged very much. In fact, the most games against in a single game was 1. Now they're liable to lose a second against Baldwin High, and it is the mistouch again. I don't want to pick on a young person, Taco, but El Breezel again comes off the nose and leads to the goal.
That's rough because I understand exactly what they're trying to do. They half rotate from their near post. They try to kid it forward, but it's a little bit too high of a bounce, and that one's too far to be able to reach for the defender. Infinite Memes will say thank you very much off the kickoff.
You know what? I'm going to ignore it this time around. But for Baldwin High, whereas I think the thing they struggled with early on in this series was conversion, maybe a little bit of tentative play. The double commits were rampant, especially in game 1 going into early game 2. They have really gotten it together. Communication has been clean, and they are taking full advantage of every mistake that comes their way. Winning 50s just like that with forward aggression, and I think forward aggression needs to become the theme for this team, because when you get aggressive plays like that, when you're able to stymie the defense in its own zone because you're winning 50s in their backyard, oh boy, do you gain a mite of control.
Yeah, you certainly do. And you have right now Avi Grove just trying to really play for the ball. They're just diving in because they're getting led around on a leash right now from Baldwin High. They're doing a great job of understanding that they need to mix it up, play short, draw them in, then play it up and over for them to make a spectacular save like that from Demented Sheep. That will do well to keep them at a 3-goal deficit, but that deficit is only going to grow as the risks continue to be taken, because right now you need to send the house, and maybe even that's not enough.
It's a feels bad moment when you had the squishy save of the ages, and it turns around and ends up being a goal back the other way. Baldwin High, they are showing us a full-on flex, and we are still 90 seconds out from the end of this game. Who knows what might happen? At this point, for Almond Grove, the Red Devils, they're looking for solace. They're looking for that cold spot in their domain to try to change things around, to heat things up again.
I think those moments where you find yourself at these positions, especially after such a close game, I could say that we potentially caster cursed it by saying this will be a close one, but I think there's also just one of those watershed moments where you do have a team have opportunities, they score one, and then the other team starts to get a little bit loose on it. They are not really sure how to deal with it, and then slowly you just see kind of a snowball effect. I think that's perfectly natural. Whether this is an anomaly or the start of something incredibly terrifying from the side of Baldwin High School is something that will really just remain to be seen. At least on Baldwin High, it's not just offense right there. They're cutting off the shots before they even happen from Almond Grove. That is just solid positioning, knowing where you need to be.
Another one, they won't pay for it this time, but it is starting to get worrisome. El Breezel heads up, gets an initial touch out, but will lose possession yet again. There needs to be a little bit more as they struggle to get this ball through the midfield. I don't mind being the antagonist, Taco. We can put that one on me if indeed the caster's curse has come through. The Caster's tongue, a very great power comes great responsibilities type of thing. And Baldwin high. They come in with a shout. The Fighting Highlanders. They may or may not have found their man in face paint.
It certainly is something that you really look for in a game. It's something to be able to just reassure yourself that, oh, no, we can be dominant in this game. We can definitely figure this things out. But I mentioned it before, and I think it's no more apparent than right now. Dropping a game like that is inevitable. Even the best of teams will be able to get blown out every once in a while because your game plan doesn't work together. Maybe you're not really in the rotation. You need a full reset. So you take these 60 seconds between games to really just take a deep breath, look at each other and say, okay, things went wrong. It's fine. Just get back to what we were doing in games 1 and 2, and then we'll be fine. And I think when it comes to Avon Grove, that's really what makes a mark of a good team, is how you take a loss so brutal and say, that's fine. Let's take the good parts. Let's ditch the bad parts, and then be able to implement that in because they have struck back, and now it's time for your rebuttal. What do you have to say to Baldwin High to prevent them from going up 3-1?
And the one thing I would like to see, better 50-50s from the Red Devils, because a 50-50 win in your own defensive zone can turn into an overcommitment and a transition play back the other way. You just have to keep yourself and your head on a swivel, as well as generate those good team plays. But we'll find out if the adjustments that are necessary are put into action as we go into Game 4 of this semifinal. Avon Grove, they find themselves a little bit behind. Will they be able to make the changes?
And ultimately, I don't like to focus on individual games, so we say a little bit behind. Some players saying, well, we were watching that last game, but that's the thing. It's just a single game. That's not really what dictates a series, but this could be the start of a pattern if Infinite Memes is doing stuff like that.
Sometimes you just have to give a play its room, and Infinite Memes, that was a banger. Put it up on Twitter. Nothing better than that display right there.
I'm trying to make a point here, Infinite Memes. Calm down. I'm trying to say it's no big deal, but when you're busting out with double taps like that, that's just another weapon in the arsenal. And it's showing why the backboard defense is so crucial. It's not always about the rebound. It's about the player who put it there in the first place. Speaking of, Avon Grove just trying to put that one into the box, but well dealt with by Baldwin, although that touch from Markler left a lot to be desired. Elbrizel trying to chase this one down and will get a brief deflection, though Markler able to amend for the earlier touch and be able to catch that one before anything truly dangerous develops, like Monkey Baller taking this one through the air on the dribble.
Much better challenges, though, by Avon Grove, though, in this first minute. Demented Sheep just barely pulling through. I was worried that the smoke screen was going to affect that play. Instead, we get the ball all the way back, and there's the goal! That's what they're looking for! Great control up!
And I don't really blame this one on the near post. Markler just trying to cut things out, but Demented Sheep knows it's not necessarily about getting that first touch past the defender. It's about getting it past the remaining defenders. And if you watch that replay back, he sends it across and immediately dives across. Not to get any contact with the ball, but to make sure the defender has to stay planted on the ground. They don't challenge. Their teammate does. That's one back, 1-1.
It's times like this, I wish I had a live feed just to see the reaction of the players on the pitch, on their consoles, on their games, and see how far they're taking it. One thing's for sure, Demented Sheep is in the game, and they're in it to win it.
And that's so tough when it comes to Baldwin. They're in the right positions, but they take the same paths back. A team bump, and Demented Sheep's not going to miss them from there. Assisted on the first goal, and now got one of their own.
There's one thing that's changed just in this first minute and a half is the amount of attenuation on the ball. Demented Sheep has been there constantly, and Elbrizel is there to follow up. They have been sure of their touches, and they have been challenging much earlier rather than waiting for the ball to find them in the defensive zone. They are taking the fight to the Highlanders, and we'll see if they're able to continue it. I love the stalled ball in the box, though.
Yeah, it's a good smart play, especially when you don't really have any more options to go. Even on low boost, a high flick can really just debilitate a defense. This is the last thing they really expect, so good way to institute at least a little bit of panic. So out of the box thinking will carry you very far in a tournament like this. So too will effective defense. Playing with fire is Avon Grove, nearly finding its way in. Was Baldwin High's shot. Same with that, a 50, crucially tapped to the corner.
El Breezel, the weak touch out, and we are finally starting to see some of the help defense. Demented Sheep coming across and controlling that ball in through the midfield. I think if you're Baldwin High, you're looking to push the issue. El Breezel has given you a couple gift-wrapped touches in the defensive zone. But Avon Grove have also made adjustments based off of that. They're initiating off of that push. They're initiating off of the weak touch and creating those quick, fast break opportunities by reading the circumstances and making the most.
And right now, I think the reads from Baldwin High are coming in nice, but they're not as clean as El Breezel. Getting a little cute tap to the back post, just enough to beat out that defender. And just like Baldwin was popping off last game, it seems like it's Avon Grove's chance to shine in the spotlight. Their finishing has improved tenfold.
That's why it's so important to be active in your attack rather than passive. Allowing no time for your opposing team to make adjustments. Keeping them in a reactionary format is one of the best things you can do at all levels of Rocket League gameplay. So it's brilliant to see how well this team has made the adjustment. Baldwin High going back to that extra touch along the side, and Monkey Baller was swinging from the ceiling but wasn't able to find it. I like the angle. That's ambitious.
Ooh, same with that one, as Infinite Memes is looking for that back post. Going to be sent too far to be able to find its target. Over the follow through from Monkey Baller, a bit more patient, mixing up from Baldwin, but nothing too, I would say, dangerous to be able to deal with, although it's true to the credit of challenges like that from El Breezel, going up quickly and then bumping Markler off the ball, just letting the ball so delicately fall down to the ground. Same with this one. Young Dan using the bumper to get that save away.
I do not know how Dan actually got anything on that. Oh, brilliant stuff. And Avon Grove, they've put themselves in a very good spot. 47 seconds, but we've already seen it today. That lead of 2 can erase in monumentally quick format. It's Avon Grove. The push into the offensive zone. It's going to be Demented Sheep. Finds the ball, and it seems they're playing a little more passive in the mid. I like it if they win their 50s. If they miss 150, though, it could very quickly turn the other way.
Yeah, if I'm Avon Grove, I want to keep up the offense, but I don't like how quickly they're diving in on some of these challenges. Of course, I say that. It looks like it's still resulting for them, but Demented Sheep wanted another goal. Not going to work out regardless. All that time being burned off is still an asset within its own right. Baldwin needs a goal before the clock hits 000, but it looks like it's their opponents that are ones marching forward. It's done here. This is game number 4 going the way of Avon Grove. We are all tied yet again.
Goal differential almost the same at the moment between these two teams. So even though we've taken a little bit of a zigzag road to get there, it's still very close, the matchup between these two. And I don't know if they're listening in, Taco. They might have taken our advice, just a mite of it, because the midfield challenge game from the Red Devils was game-changing.
And I don't know if they're listening to the script. At the very least, I'm not following it, because honestly what these players are writing themselves is more than good enough, especially like this from El Breezel. We had been critical at times of some of these touches, but that right there is exactly what's required. The defender's waiting for a shot. They feel like they have every angle covered, and you slow it down just enough for the defender to hesitate, and in that moment, they're flat-footed, can't get the save, and those are the types of tactical touches and continued offensive pressure that I think Avon Grove can really rely on. But again, game of adjustments. Baldwin was able to be answered back, and now it's their turn to keep going. It's very much like a pendulum swinging back and forth. We're just going to have to see if we're going to be trading games or if anyone's really going to start up a trend here, start to emerge out in the lead. Next game is for match point.
To surmise everything in a single statement as we move into Game 5, the most delicate of caresses beautiful if it's in your offensive zone and not in your defensive zone. Can Avon Grove continue their positive momentum into Game 5 I'm not going to go back to the well, but you already know what I'd like to say, Taco. It's all important that either of these teams get the win.
And right here, this is where I think things are starting to always get nervy. When we get around that game 5, I think you start to see these players really want to either go down two paths. It's one, to be the hero. They start diving in a lot more plays. They try to go to be the person who propels their team forward. Or it's the teams that get cagey. Let's just try to make sure we're not making any mistakes. But in doing so, it sometimes results in them playing a bit too safe. They give up opportunities. It makes them be put on the backboard and have to be more decisive when they do get shots. Either way, we'll have to see if these players have a unique third option or if the archetype is just a bit too strong. Demented Sheep, they have been the archetype of the attack, and they're going to set up a beauty.
El Breezel! Wow! Give credit, of course, to the pass, but whereas I was very critical of El Breezel on the defensive side, El Breezel in the offense has been nothing short of spectacular, and that is yet another banger of a shot to top Cheddar and down. Avon Grove, they have muscled their way back into this, and they're going to get another.
Oh, fitting goal scorer, a breezy number 2 as Albert just throws it downfield. You see Infinite Memes cutting back, but Markler feels like that's probably their clear. You can see them charging up. They didn't anticipate their teammate cutting in front of them. I think they're trying to, honestly, to get out of the way. They just didn't know which direction Markler's coming from. Communication like that can make all the difference, and with a 2-goal cushion, 4 minutes is no short amount of time, but it would help if Baldwin can get one on the board, but Young Dan has other ideas.
Young Dan? More like Strong Dan. The push across. Nobody getting by that Dominus. And they are going to be able to get a ball out to the crease for Demented Sheep. You mentioned Hero Ball being a potential option. If the cake fits, both of these teams have 2 players that statistically you look at them and they could very easily, I would say, recede into Hero Ball. What we've seen so far from Avon Grove is its team play that's winning the day, and we'll see if that catches on with the Fighting Highlander faithful.
And when you come to these types of games from Baldwin High, I mean, we've seen comebacks before. Obviously, the 2-goal lead is not secure, but there's also a meter of understanding the difference between putting your aggression forward and playing for the clock. 3 minutes means you don't have to change anything. Keep it like it's 0-0. Just try to create shots organically and don't try to force anything, although it can't help if you get some clean 50s set down, but a tap forward, it just got too far away from Infinite Memes. Could have been an opportunity, but now we'll never know. Down the other side off the bar. Although you got to close that down. You do not want to give Avon Grove any more shots than they already have.
Both these teams are going harder and faster than they have in this entire series. They know what is at stake. They know what is on the line. The pace picking up means there's more opportune for mistakes. Who's going to be the first to make one? That's going to be in the box. That's dangerous. Does Infinite Memes have the touchdown? They do, but Demented Sheep equal to the task. The stars come through. They wear their capes, but no goal is found.
And really, it felt like a build-up that was worthy of a goal from Baldwin. That was a 1-2-1-2 between 2 players just trying to ricochet the ball all the way across into the net, but sometimes you need a ball down and in instead of up and over, because it allows the defenders to get on back, and that's exactly what Avon Grove did. It's really just relying on that defensive rotation and also maybe putting it on the wrong side of the defender. Don't think that near post defender really expected that angle.
This all starts with that weak touch by Monkey Baller and rough circumstance. 2 stationary defenders. I'd rather have 1 active defender at that point. Just shows waiting for the ball doesn't always help you. So now, Avon Grove, they have the answer. We get another zig to our zag in the storyline of these 2 teams. And with 90 seconds, there's still a hope, but they need to convert, and they need to do so with great speed. I expect them to send the house.
And right now, it seems like the same as for Avon Grove. They wanted to put this one beyond any reasonable doubt. They got 4-0, and they're saying, we could do that too. You just got to give us a shot or 2, and they've had more than enough. I think their finishing has been on point all day, and partly it's just these one-on-ones. Young Dan for example, being able to beat out that midfield defender, and I think just being able to take these challenges underneath is one thing, but same with taking these 50s. Look at Markler taking that 50 to perfection.
They got the pace. You're looking at it as 59 seconds. I'm looking at it as 59 and everything after 0 seconds. That we've already seen some theatrics at the end of game 1. I guarantee both of these teams are up for more. So 2 goals. Baldwin with at least a mite of solace going into the close of game number 5. Can they carry the momentum further? Or will Avon Grove put a stop to it here and now?
We'll certainly see a 50 like that is a good way to kickstart things. I don't think they have the angle, but it won't stop Infinite Means from going for it. That one was asking for a finish, but I don't blame Baldwin for not sending everybody forward on that one. Follow-up placed to perfection yet again. Infinite Memes, that had to go into that bottom left.
And I think everyone's starting to get excited because timeline-wise, it is to perfection as well. 31 seconds on the clock. Baldwin, the Fighting Highlanders are putting up their fists. They want to try to keep this game alive. They don't want to go down without that fight in game number 5.
And the challenges from Avon Grove doing well enough. In fact, even the build-up out of defense I do like. Tapping off the sidewall for an immediate challenge does do well to make sure everything remains in their control. But misses like that could be costly. Monkey Baller trying to ball up the defense. Well saved initially. A deflection all the way to the corner. That's going to just about hit the corner to stay alive. El Brizel into the middle. And it spiked it down by Avon Grove. No more goals required. They have enough to get the job done. But the ultimate goal is to win this series. And now they only have 5 minutes to go until they accomplish that.
You heard me going nuts in the background because I saw the circumstance and I'm like, El Brizel is up for this. If this is a miss, this could be a divine tragedy. It wasn't, though. And credit to El Brizel. You start off having a couple of mistouches that lead to a game loss or 2, and now El Brizel has become the catalyst with which this team has been able to convert. They've put themselves in prime position. They have a chance to end it, Taco. Got to take a deep breath. And one more time with this Demented Sheep pass. I love it. I absolutely love it.
It's also really just another, I would say, demonstration of how you can stay effective. I talked about it earlier with Markler being able to tap a ball forward and then immediately go for the demo, but several times Demented Sheep has been able to just lurk in the backfield, go for a demo, and even if they don't find anything, the other side, Baldwin's defense, they know it's coming, so it forces them to stick inside the goal, try to go up to the far corner, any which way to get out of the way, and sometimes there's no one available for it. But we do have one more game at least available for all you lovely spectators. Game 6, potentially the final one of semifinal number 2. It's Baldwin trying to march on back, trying to make this a series that goes the distance.
I have no doubt they can. They have the momentum in the last 2 goals of Game 5 under their belts. Question is, what will they do with it? Looking for mistakes. El Brizel hasn't been making any. They now have to find their own identity, both in the midfield and in the offensive zone, and they leave it for Demented Sheep. Who's going to put that one to pasture?
Well, sometimes you got to learn from your mistakes, and when you see touches like this, it's so rough because Markler doing everything right in the meantime, just tapping it slightly off the wall. It feels like it's enough to get a follow-up, but really only Demented Sheep is there to be able to pound one home. That's a wide-open shot, and they will not miss those.
Well, Avon Grove picking up where they left off in game number 5. Does Baldwin have a quick answer? It really would help the mental if they were able to get one on net before that 4-minute on the clock mark. Something that we haven't seen too much of has been those quick answers, and that is anything but a quick play. El Brizel to miss. Do they have the counterattack? They're coming back the other way. Quick on is Young Dan, and the demo is going to leave the backboard defenseless. The shot will careen off the bar and out. Baldwin High, breathe a sigh of relief, but don't hold your breath too long.
Go over the bar on one attempt. You go under in the follow-through, but good recognition from young Dan. You see on that approach, it's so tempting to go forward and front flip into it, but sometimes, if you just diagonal flip, it takes a little bit of height off the ball, but it's enough to put it underneath the bar, as he understands it's more important to make the defense sweat with an on-target shot than to hit it as hard as humanly possible. Elbrizel, though, they don't need to hit it hard. They just need to hit it smartly, because they know young Dan has wisdom beyond his years. The positioning, flawless. The finish, peerless.
I gotta give it up to Elbrizel. Has the gentle caress down. When it comes to being able to put a little finesse behind the touch, Elbrizel has exuded that perfectly, both in mistakes as well as perfect passes, just like that one. You know me, Taco, one of my most lethal vices is comparing Rocket League to other sports. That was a brilliant Olympic-style set volleyball. Oh, mwah, beautiful.
And such as like that, again, that are just about being able to keep an attack alive. And sometimes it's just as easy as just lobbing the ball right back into the mix. If all the defenders are planted, there's no one there to get the high lob, then why not just go back to that well? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Elbrizel, they need to make sure they're fixed on the goal line. No such touches going in an errant fashion. It looks like Baldwin is slowly building an attack here, but the spread out on this rotation a bit too wide for my liking. They're going to give up another attack, as well as another bump on the rotation.
They're colliding with each other, and the miss here, that is going to be dangling in the danger zone. Young Dan ends up faking out the entire Avon Grove offense with that additional touch on the fall down. The Highlanders just have not been able to make the most of it. I'm seeing an alarming amount of misses. Taco, I want to paint this in as positive a light as possible. This is a golden opportunity for Baldwin, but they can't be looking beyond. They have to live these last 2 minutes and show us what they did at the end of Game 5. Only this time they have to get the third goal.
Yeah, Baldwin is obviously a very talented squad, but right now they're being taught a lesson in possession. Look at Avon Grove. They're not throwing too many balls out. Even on this clear from Demented Sheep, they're staying right behind it because it forces a 50. And then if they win it, then they just keep on moving forward. Baldwin is trying to move forward, but as you see, it seems to be a lot of solo plays. I'm not seeing infield passes. I'm not seeing quick follows. And when they are, they're being met by Avon Grove defenders. There's another one on the far side.
Now we're getting down to that pressing last 90 seconds. Still on the defensive end are the Highlanders. Infinite Means just struggling to get the ball out. We're seeing more and more of those double commits, even in the midfield. Whereas before they were dominant in the 50-50 game, the missed field has become the Red Devils' playground. Big marker on, but Demented Sheep, the last one back. Do they have another save in them? They do. Third shot on will be quelled to the side. And that is going to go a long way in affecting the mental because the offense comes through and it's now a 4-goal deficit.
I really hope that the PIEA system has some concussion protocol because I'm sure Baldwin is banging their heads against their desks. It's like everything they try on offense just gets parried away, slapped on back, and I would say Avon Grove, check their computer for hacks. They are not missing many shots. Seems like everything is going top shelf. 60 seconds separate Avon Grove from a grand finals berth against North Catholic.
At the very least, going to have to get everybody tested for whiplash. That's the amount of times that ball was shot onto a defender or the crossbar in short sequence. They're able to get a push forward again, Avon Grove are, and I've seen some crazy things, Taco. I'm not sure 4 goals in 40 seconds is possible.
Well, it's a monumental collapse, and it looks like the structural integrity of Avon Grove is more than strong enough. In fact, they're being smart about it as well. They're taking their time, but maybe not smart enough to outwit Markler. That's a 50 straight on in, so if there's any light in this series, Markler has just found at least a little bit of a glimmer.
But you're going to need some theatrics on the kickoff circle in order to really pull this off. We'll see what they do. Oh, there's a chance. Monkey Baller. The initial push in, quelled by Young Dan to the side. Precious seconds ticking off the clock. Avon Grove Do they have it in them? I say yes. They will be looking forward to a final going up against the defending champion. Undefeated versus defending champion coming up very, very soon. It's Avon Grove. It is a game and series victory.
And it's so well done for them. As you mentioned, they are undefeated all the regular season. They were not taken down 7-0 on that affair. And it's not going to start here in the semifinals. They know they're destined for a grand finals berth, and a great way to do it. I thought it would be a little bit more sloppy, but over time it only got more pristine. The finishing, the offense, Avon Grove is a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. That is mental. We're going to take another look at the bracket here because 2 4-2s. They were spicy 4-2s. The back and forth, the tight contention between both of these teams. I don't want to get too far into it just because I want to talk about a lot of things leading up to our grand final, but one of my favorite things to go to is a kind of an untested, in-the-moment sort of undefeated team. Again, only 2 losses in the regular season, 2 individual game losses. I would love to argue that Avon Grove haven't been tested. They have not only been tested, they have lived up to the hype, made adjustments on the fly. Even when they looked downtrodden, they were able to turn that back around. And oh, it's going to be so good, Taco.
It certainly is, and fortunately, we're going to be able to catch our breaths a little bit, but not for too long, because as you can see a little bit on the graphic, we do have the junior varsity finals, just as a little appetizer to make sure that everyone is at a full capacity, full energy, has glucose going to the brain to be able to handle the grand finals, because the JV squads, of course, need their time in the spotlight as well.
Absolutely. So do not go away. When we come back, it's going to be Strathaven versus La Academia in the JV final.
There's nothing like the promise of a new day. St. Joseph's University now offers more life-changing opportunities than ever. More programs, labs, and innovation. More majors, more to explore, more to celebrate. Backed by over 170 years as Philadelphia's Jesuit University, St. Joseph's changes lives, starting with yours.
We are St. Joseph's University. We're up for anything. To be ready for an ever-changing future, so that we succeed again and again and again.
On the way and go.
Discover more at sju.edu.
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the PIEA 2022 Fall Championship. It's Rocket League. It's live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Ken Carmen, Kendo Slice, alongside my friend and cohort, the Danger Taco. Jeff, we've seen two finalists already go in, but we're going to take a small detour really quick. Drop off of Highway 70 and maybe head a little upstate, if you know what I mean. We're going to be checking out two of the best junior varsity teams in Pennsylvania high school Rocket League this season.
It's going to be very important to be able to pay attention to all the up-and-coming talent, and that's exactly what it really is all about when you do have these JV players, because there is a lot of talent up and coming that you need to keep an eye on, because they are the future varsity stars that will be potentially featured in these grand finals that we have coming up after this. But we got to pay attention, obviously, to the young guns. And as we mentioned, it is Strathaven, it is La Academia, and they have quite a lot to play for. And it's good that we're giving them a stage to really display their talent in full.
100% Taco, and this excites me for two reasons. One, because I love Rocket League at all levels of gameplay. You and I, we come from very similar confines. We started in community leagues where there were leagues where it's very low cap. We may see a miss here or there, but the thing is, we get to see brilliant teamsmanship, team play at all levels, and that's what excites me the most about it, because there is depth in these high schools. We get to see that on display today as we are getting ready to go to game number one. It'll be Strathaven. It will be La Academia, excuse me. You can tell what my first language is.
No. I'm not saying that. No one's saying that. At the end of the day, we'll be saying SHHS versus
yes.
LAPC, and that's really, maybe we'd stick to the acronyms, but regardless of what we really decide to continue on to, we will be able to get into our game number one as these players are slowly starting to ramp up into it, and we are going to be out to potentially just as high flying as a start. We got Thegman Debris as the name. My goodness, what a name to start us off on.
Well, again, I mentioned it before. I love some of the names you get in high school. And UV, well, mercy. Is that Anthony?
I believe
Anthony.
It could be any number of things, and I think that's part of the journey. But Frank, either V1 or the 6th, either way, a legacy player and a legacy goal.
Let's go!
To be able to go through here with Banks putting in number 2.
You know, I want to go back to the storyline, because what excites me is the amount of depth that we're seeing in these programs. Things started off with just a handful of schools for PIEA. Now you're talking about over 50 schools, well over 60 teams competing at multiple levels. The fact that we're starting to see depth in high school Rocket League in any state is a fantastic exhibition to me. So I'm excited just purely for that. The fact that these two teams did to compete against each other on the most grandest of stages in LAN, in Pittsburgh. Love it.
And being able to see an opening minute so full of fireworks, always something is encouraging to see, but it's not necessarily about how you start, it's how you finish. And I don't mean that in a literal sense, so don't get carried away. That aerial was looking dangerous for put in number 3, but we'll be seeing a brief respite for SHHS. Strathaven just trying to slowly march forward. Thegman trying to put it across. There is a player on the back end, but Frank not able to put it between the sticks.
It's close, and I'm finally wrapping my mind around some of these names as we do get an aerial challenge. Both teams that ball approaching, and we have a run back. There we are. 2-goal swing. Probably should have been converted, but sometimes.
I see, Kendo, actually, as I go on, I'm seeing this goal really clearly. It's a very straightforward goal, but I'm also seeing that Thegman very well could be the G-Man. And I feel like I'm definitely overthinking it other than that. But regardless of what these names are, I want to make sure these players are getting the recognition they deserve. I think this is certainly PC putting on a show. I feel like they're called Lacademia for a reason, because they're very, very much hosting a clinic, a free one, because the beatdown is very much pro bono. Number 4 going in after the first 2 minutes.
Oh, I think before the end of this, because it is a best of 7, we need to agree on some names here. So, Juventhony scoring that goal. I mean, Lone Wolf speaks for itself. Banks loves Christmas, by the way. If you haven't gotten Banks a Christmas card yet, make sure you get Banks a Christmas card. You're going to want to make sure. Why? Because it'll be appreciated. It'll be loved. There's nothing better than having somebody appreciate a gift during a holiday. Brilliant stuff. G-Man Nimbri? The G-Man Nimbri? Stars and Frank. But don't forget the number at the very end. Frank the 6th.
Yeah, you got to make sure everyone is fully aware of that one, but regardless of how it's all going to work out, I think right now Strathaven would be very happy to have a goal slowly work out for them. Open shots like that are a good start, but going to be turned away. G-Man up for it, and they will finally run through right past halftime.
The first blood coming through for Strathaven, and they will dice any sort of thought that they weren't going to score in this matchup. There you go. The first one's on the board. You broken the ice. Now all of a sudden the floodgates have an opportunity to open. And who knows, we may see a barn burner.
Well, barn burning, certainly a felony within the state of Pennsylvania, especially out in the Dutch County, but even still, I think that would be a good thing to see, as we are seeing teams slowly warm up into things. I think game 1's, it's a little bit forgivable to give up the occasional goal, even if the games get a little bit more stretched out. I think LAPC has started out spectacularly well, and they've done a very good job to also get on a lot of these aerials. That one not going the way the event that he probably wants it to, but either way, they're able to keep the pressure, and I think that's really what they're all looking for. That touch actually going right into the defender, but luckily for them, they also land right into the 50, and they'll be rewarded. Lone Wolf getting number 5.
And this has been a team effort all over the pitch, sometimes to a faulty degree. Both members of the team getting in on that one. Thankfully, nobody missed, because there was no 2-goal swing to be found for the Leons.
And right now, it's really just about making sure that they're figuring everything out, but also making sure that you have some fun with it. Get some goals in, try some experimentation, but also I really do like the epitome of some teams that don't just slow down. They got 3 or 4 goals. They're like, all right, I think we're good, and then they move on. Nope, LAPC is just saying, no, I want every single goal. I don't care if we're not tracking stats. I'm going to be padding them. Really just trying to compete against each other. I always like that approach. It's a good way to kick yourself off, and also recognize that you're not going to get complacent, though the defense does need to stay somewhat on notice. Near post shot, just barely ricocheting away.
And they have controlled the majority of the happenstance, have the Leons of LAPCS. They're looking to solidify their control. I think they have game 1 in the bag. I might be speaking too soon. I might be out of line here, Taco. So correct me if I'm wrong. Feel free to throw me under if I end up cursing this one. But at the same time, I'd like to think I'm allowed to have a little bit of confidence.
Certainly so. LAPC seems like this game is all fine, and really I'm just looking at Strathaven to be able to come back in the next game and really make their imprint, because I've seen the building blocks of something that could emerge into a bit more of a substantial, I would say, control in this game. They've had shots, they've had some good follow-throughs just right there. Angle is not quite locked in, so therefore they're going to take a hefty loss here, but ultimately, it's all good as long as you brush this one off. Lone Wolf making sure they're rubbing salt in that wound, though.
Absolutely, and there's still plenty of time in this series to make something of the series. Game number 1 doesn't always have to be the thing that dictates the way an entire series will go. So here we are. LAPCS, they will take game number 1 in pretty convincing fashion. I mean, 6-1, not quite the Brazil that we all desire.
Well, not always, but at the end of the day, you can't always get the Brazil. It's really crazy to think that that game was so substantial that it has been forever codified into Rocket League language as the scoreline, the only real recognizable meme on the scoreboard. But again, can't always get it, but you don't always need it. You already made your point. I think LAPC knows that they had really the dominant speed and approach on a lot of these different touches, and because of that, they can really hold their heads high as they're one game closer to finishing out this best of 7, showing that they're potentially the best JV squad in this whole dang state.
Yeah, and therein lies the point. Now, I've mentioned the names, and I think you're going to gather that I really like the Leons as a name. If your mascot is the Leons, I mean, I'm all for you. Other side, Strathaven, I think it's the Panthers. One thing I will note, and as I was doing a little digging on these teams, I didn't necessarily get as much stats and historical analysis between the two JV squads. As you said, not all the stats could be compiled or found. But the best part is, Strathaven, I think, just came off of a state football championship. So the school itself is feeling pretty good. If they can take it in a JV high school Rocket League championship as well, by the way, it came off the back of a last-second touchdown. So really good stuff as we go to game number 2. Who knows? Maybe Rocket League can turn things around.
And it's going to have to build, I really think, from the back. Obviously, the goals are one thing, but it's really how they get there that have me a bit more concerned than anything else. It's the touches in front of the net, making sure you finish off your opportunities. Frank, for example, had a good look at the goal right there, but maybe rushed that shot a bit more than they really needed to. Only going to ricochet off of that near post and out. A miss, though, from Banks will make sure LAPC is not going to be able to immediately fire downfield.
Well, thankfully, that was just the first look for Frank and not the 6th. Because it's good news, they don't end up going down anything. Nothing gained, nothing ventured, nothing lost. In this case, the G-Man will be able to get a push down, an initial push down. Wait a minute. Did we have Ant? Ant is new. Are we actually switching people in the middle of the game? This is awesome! This is awesome! You Anthony will end up getting the first goal. You know what? I was talking about depth earlier. I'm even more excited now because we have even more depth on display.
Yeah, this is something that we had actually seen, I believe, last year within the varsity side, is players being able to swap on in. And sometimes it was really just to figure out that every player had individual strengths, and it was able to bring to the forefront that maybe one player just is better against a certain squad than another one. Kind of like Banks just trying to fire one on the near post, a little bit too hot for Strathaven having a handle.
I mean, for some, this right here is the highlight of your entire academic year. You have a chance to play for a championship. Credit to the coaches, credit to the people getting everybody involved. That is something that I love to see. And for the Leons, it is a crusade to try to figure out what can we do to continue to keep the hammer down. Right now, outscoring their opponent 8-1 between 2 games, but watch out for the G-Man! That's a ball in and a goal for the Panthers!
It's going to be a roller, and you have to think the defenders are just saying, please find a way to deflect out, but it's just not going to be enough. And credit to the G-Man, not necessarily hitting that one with a lot of venom, but mostly just staying behind the play, forcing the defenders to double guess, really saying, oh, is that going to be a 50? Is that going to be a shot? And in between all of that, it's just the G-Man firing one home and accidentally maybe just K-turning their way into getting that save off the kickoff.
They do like that rear-end touch, I have noticed, and won't be able to make the save with it this time around. That being said, both of these teams exhibiting the depth of their schools. And for LAPCS, this is a team that looks quite impressive to me, at least given the sample size that I'm getting from them. If this is the future for the Leons, there's something to be excited about.
Yeah, and I think when you do have a pattern start to emerge, yes, you might give up a goal, but ultimately it's getting shots off continuously. It's beating out your opponents in the air to a lot of these aerials. I think that's where La Academia is really shining, I would say. I'm seeing a lot of nice careful plays, cutting around defenders, and even if they're in their way, it seems like everyone is at least getting the touches that they need to get, and I think that's really making all the difference, though. You got to manage that boost, Frank, version 1, because there is there's no need to go beyond, really, the first version, because he nailed it in the alpha build.
You know, I hadn't actually thought about that. I'm over here thinking it's a Roman numeral. It is far from a Roman numeral. Wait. I need to dial up one of my friends, find out if Frank's got something under the, behind the scenes, under the table going on with one of my favorite orgs. I have legitimate questions right now that you have caused me to think about, Taco.
We'll see really how far. we'll see how far Strathhaven can really take this one, as they've actually been able to march back on in, but it feels like maybe they're just not necessarily as confident as they need to be on taking that shot. They saw it off the corner, but I don't think they wanted to jump for it immediately. That will actually give, say, LAPC a little bit of some breathing room to march on out and then forge on forward with Lone Wolf. Not going to beat out Frank. Anthony trying to play that slow, but that's Frank past them into the corner. That's a roller for Ant. He's trying to get on the end of it. He's trying to turn around it, but they can't quite get that 50. Circling the drain potentially is the chance for Strathaven, unless they can get something on target. Frank, too much power over and on the follow through, but that's going to go to wide to the side.
Very interested to start seeing the cohesion of these two teams. As we are getting down to crunch time and a mere goal separating them. A far cry from what we saw in game number 1. Much better effort by the Panthers. A shot towards the net. It was dangling, enticing the offensive squad to push it in. Just were not able to get the finish. But Frank looking to put the V1 on the front end of the name rather than on the back end. Will not be able to get the touch there.
Ooh. And G-Man will be able to cut that one off, so Banks just trying to frantically get back because they know the defense might be in need of some heroics, and it's provided on the goal line save. Now on the counter, just trying to put it home as Banks trying to put a bow on it. 41 seconds remaining, and a 2-goal lead is back.
Ooh, when you're presented a ball like that in the midfield, you gotta convert on it, and credit to Banks. Took it, got the note, deposited it into the goal, and now have a 2-goal lead. Pretty comfy 2-goal lead with 41 to go.
And being able to sit back and not have to worry that every single next shot could be the goal that ties things up. Now you have at least a little bit of leeway just to take a deep breath. And if you do give one up, not the end of the world, but ideally I think at this point they're just looking to close this one out if you're LAPC. This has not been the easy walk in the park game that game number 1 has. There's been a lot more the contestation in front of the net from Strathaven. However, it seems to not quite be enough as of yet. Game number 2 ticking down. LAPC circling the net, looking maybe for one more, but they have more than enough. 4-2 looks to be the final here as we tick down, and Lone Wolf again just getting a stat pad right at the end.
Lone Wolf by no means living up to the name. It takes all help from friends in order to put this one in. And for the Leons, another convincing victory. A lot closer though, so credit to the Panthers. They brought it back, and we'll look to see if they can continue their progress into game number 3.
Yeah, and I think that's really a good show of resilience from them. They saw a lot more defensive work having to put into place. They had a lot of goal line saves even to prevent themselves from getting tied up earlier on, but then all of that seems to fade into the background as they start to find their goals. They start to find a second goal to propel them up, and then a 5th goal to be able to really put it beyond all doubt at the end, and that's good to show from LAPC. It's really what you'd expect out of a team that is now just 2 games away from closing out a sweep here in our JV Finals.
Oh, but don't break out the broom yet, my friend. They're not going down without a fight. We have not seen the end of what Strathaven have to bring to the table. So, can the Panthers find themselves on the prowl? I think that's going to be the main difference. I'd like to see the Panthers on the attack instead of trying to defend. Not necessarily, some of the attacks we've seen, it's been 2 players at once. We'll see a double commit here or there. If they can identify that issue, single it down to where one person is getting the initiation challenge in, and then second person's able to come in, clean up after that. Get that third person involved if you see the open goal. As we go into game number 3, I still believe the Panthers have something in them to surprise us.
And I would like the Panthers to find that more killer instinct, more or less, just trying to make sure that they can get on the end of some of these touches. I noted, I would say, try to highlight it necessarily. There was a ball earlier on in that game number 2 that was off the corner, and it looked like it was very shootable, and then no one on Strathaven wanted to really take the plunge. That's where you really just need to throw a body in there, even if you're not 100% sure that you can get it on target. Just making sure that you force the defense to take every approach seriously is it going to do you wonders. Same with G-Man trying to work a dribble out, but they're doing a good job to slow things up. It actually took an early jump from Banks to be able to hit that one away, and the initial attack from Strathaven getting, I would say, creative, but not necessarily effective as of yet.
And I appreciate what G-Man was bringing to the table there. We're looking for Star at the moment. I'm trying to find, do we have a Rule 1? I was trying to find Star. There is Star. Okay. Like, wait a minute. Could not find the player on the pitch. What the dog doing?
Sometimes you do not know what that dog is doing, but sometimes you ought to wonder where the defense is right there, where they're needed. Lone Wolf back-to-back save and the clear. They're doing it all themselves.
Much better effort here by Strathaven. They're going to need a defensive one on the other end, and G-Man is there to deliver the shot towards the net, and much better display from the team on the blue side, both offensively and defensively. As G-Man, don't do it to him. That's a ceiling display. They hit the reset off the top, but unable to get the final execution.
Yeah, but I do like the ability to just take it off the ceiling, and then also the confidence to be able to hold that flip, be able to try to use that one to place it so well. That's a bit more ordinary, but the payoff could have been so spectacular. The follow through from Strathaven not quite there. LAPC just looking for a clear, and they will eventually find one.
They will, but much better midline holding from the Panthers. They have found the place that they want to prowl for possession, and they're exhibiting themselves better than they have in this series. They're peaking at the right time, you might say, to really cause some duress right now. Ball in the mid, G-Man waiting defensively. I love the patience. I love the touch. This might find pay dirt. It's down in the box, and it's off the top bar twice. The third man coming through, Frank. Gonna have to go back to version 2.
And his shots are quality, but the problem is they're just far too strong. It's something which you saw in the varsity final. You just need to be able to place one. The double tap from the G-Man, still not able to find its way through. They've tried every other creative way of trying to get through this defense, but it looks like they're going to have to continually go back to the drawing board. And for a team like Strathaven, who's down by 2 in this series, it must be so frustrating to continually come so close and still have to look at a goose egg under the score column.
That being said, while it is a goose egg on the score column, the shots column is an alarming gorge of disparity between these two teams. Strathaven have been in control. They have been making the most of their chances, and the only thing they haven't done is put the ball in the net. They continue to exude offensive pressure. I'm impressed. Taco, and it's Frank to finally put it through.
And that's what I'm talking about. That ball is sitting just in front of the net, and LAPC, they recognize someone has to get on this. Maybe I just play for the shot, but Frank recognizes maybe if I do have all this time, at least put it high in the top shelf. Going to be incredibly hard for any defender to reach. And there it is, a lead. First of the series for Strathaven. Now it's all about protecting it in the final 90 seconds.
Oh, take a deep breath. And whatever you do, do not play defensively. Like, if they try to turtle up all 3 players on the back end, I will be a mite disappointed. They need to continue to do what has worked for them, and that is be on the prowl, be offensive, be aggressive with their control of the ball. G-Man, last one back, able to keep it out. Has definitely been the hero that the Panthers have needed. Up and over. Control by 2. Not able to get it by the 3rd, but a chance with full boost to get a control down to a teammate.
Right now, Strathaven's doing well to just make sure they're at least getting a body on every single touch. It's not necessarily going exactly where they need it to go, but that's really the whole point that I'm trying to get at, is that you see a lot of these longer touches from G-Man. They're getting these 50s off. They're getting these shots off. More importantly, can they put this one to bed? It's G-Man up for it, but they rotate away, maybe trying to get a pass. Either way, not going to find the back of the net. 20 seconds remaining. LAPC, what do you got up your sleeves?
Wish everybody could see me live right now because I have a smile ear to ear. I'm so impressed with the switch around that we have seen from the Panthers. They went from a team that was timid at times, double commits, mistakes galore. Now they are a team in control, oppressive even. And with 11 seconds to go, that might be the dagger for a first game win in this series.
So now we're going to be seeing if maybe there's one for the road on the side of LAPC, and Strathaven's not even going to provide them with that. I wasn't saying this series was over, but now it's definitely much more interesting. A shutout to respond in Game 3.
And got to give credit to G-Man where it's due. G-Man has been on both the back end and the forefront of the offensive and defensive pushes. Patience, I think, personifies the game there. It's going to be up to the Leons to figure out what do we have to do to beat this guy. Maybe a demo or two might be in order.
Yeah, and I think really we talk about G-Man, but it all started with Frank. And that's the main thing, because it was actually Frank who was not going more aggressively for some of these touches out of the corner. And that's what I wanted to see out of them. So if there's a ball in front of the net, it's one thing to say, well, that might get cleared. Even if you think it is going to be cleared, if you have the boost, if you're in front of the goal, just dive right in on it. And Frank is taking the G-Man is taking a different perspective on that. Instead of just getting on top of every touch, when they do have control, they're not flicking it away. We've seen them go for air dribbles. We've seen them go for double taps. It's a lot of really carefully planned touches and continuations that I'm really liking out of them. If you're going to really get back into the series, going for close control is not a shabby first effort.
Yeah, I agree with you completely as we are getting ready here for the next game. And I'm one thing that I would say, uniformity that we have between all the players from Strathaven going into game number 4, it is. You know what? I'll remember my point here in a minute. I thought too much about it. Okay. It is initiative. There we are. Big word, apparently. But they have been initiating on the ball, both offensively and defensively, as a unit. And I don't mean that in the sense of, oh, they're double committing to everything. No, they are working it as a team. And Frank, combined with the G-Man, have really been the ones actuating that. We have a push forward. Nothing doing on the initial charge in, but they're doing so much better. That's a missed touch. Do they have the second? They do, and Juventus with the goal.
Juventus, you give me a heart attack. I'm thinking, okay, that's an open net. All you got to do is put it between the sticks. Juventus opts to shoot it in the farthest left possible place to be able to put that one through. So if that was off the post, I would have shed a single tear. But instead, it's going to be tears of joy for LAPC, I'm sure. They are put behind that game loss, and now they can focus ahead on game number 4 with the go-ahead goal.
Love the little bump there by Frank. Take him completely out. You're going to get a helpful bump as well, trying to get back. This ball dangling dangerously near the goal line. G-Man, not a lot of boost to work with, but one flick can change everything. You got to make sure you get rid of it, though. That probably should have been a goal. The stops do come through, and Strathaven are somehow able to see this ball out.
And same with LAPC, not only getting the first, but the follow-up chase as well. Sometimes it just comes down to some of these 50s. And it's actually one thing that we saw from G-Man. I don't know if it's going to be foreshadowing or if it's just a one-off, but carrying the ball on their hood, it's one thing, but the way the ball cam works in Rocket League is the camera's behind your car. Sometimes it can blind you, and that dunk that came through off of that catch nearly went right in the back of the net. So if you want to keep the ball close, Strathaven, that's fine. You got to make sure, though, you're not getting surprised by any let's say, enterprising challenges coming forward from LAPC. Same with these aerials. G-Man trying to cut it out before it even begins and is successful in doing so.
Oh, all three members enterprising into the same corner. Not necessarily a good thing for the Panthers defense, but G-Man quickly finds a reset. This is going to be a ball dangling in the box. Little bit of theatrics, but the double commit, they get into each other, unable to get the finish on that play.
And you can't really blame the teammates for both thinking you have an option for it, because they do, but the issue is the communication, understanding who has actually the better chance. You call them off early and make sure you go with full conviction. That was not the case. Same with Strathaven. I think there's something going around in the air over there in Pittsburgh right now, Kendo, because there has been double commits galore in front of the net. Everyone wants to be the player to put their team on the board.
At the same time, you kind of understand this is that one shining moment for both of these teams. They've played in the developmental portion of this league, and they played to a fairly high level. Do they have a finish? Frank gonna shout across, make sure that ball has no chance of finding pay dirt. And credit again, what Strathaven have been able to do is keep on-ball pressure in a much clearer form factor than we saw in the first two games. That has been a brilliant adjustment. We're going to see if Ants can stay. Close.
They're
I was
trying
excited.
to jump in for a clear, but they're not quite able to actually wrap their car around it. I think they're waiting for really LAPC to go forward. It was almost like a staring match. Like, oh, are you going to go? No, you're going to go. And eventually the ball is going to roll into a defender for them to be forced to clear. Either way, I would say LAPC is doing well to be able to keep marching forward, get shots off. I will also say Strathaven at the death has been continuously getting these last-second touches cleared. I think that will continue to serve them well, especially if they can do even more than just clear, if they can build something more. Ants into the corner. Frank diving in. G-Man, a little bit late on it, but their deflection will at least keep it somewhat lively into the mid. Fantastic arrow from Banks, though, sending it all the way into the corner. Juventity back into the middle, and G-Man right back into the orange half.
I am desperately looking for Ants to show us something in the offensive zone. I'd love to see a centered ball here or there to get things working once past the middle of the pitch. No challenge right now. Juventity goes uncontested, brings that ball into the offensive zone. Ants sitting on 0 boost, but now G-Man through one, just has one more to beat. Gonna be looking for the 50-50, and they charge too far forward on it. They might have missed their opportunity. You want to play that 50 and then try to recover the ball. Spread yourself out a little bit more. Everybody was forward.
And making sure that all these touches going forward are not going to be over pushes, because LAPC playing with fire every time you go up and you don't touch that ball. Roller down, cleared out, and with 1 second or left, they got to go coast to coast. Strathaven, that touch is going to be a benefit, but does Frank have any boost remaining?
Oh, no!
LAPC keeping that one up. Oh, my goodness. Of all the touches to take, I did not think that'd be one of them. It will not really go against them. They're still able to pull away with a victory, but my goodness, that could have been a howler.
I appreciate the howler. It definitely gives me a good feel about my commentary. But the yoink there at the end ends up being the play. I appreciate anyone who tries to keep the ball. Of course, the original rule of Rocket League, you want to keep the ball up after 0. If you don't know the game, trust me, some of us who don't know the game well don't understand it either. But it is part of the mentality of the game, the playing for fun, the making sure that you are able to continue the play. That way there can be that 0 hero moment. I also appreciate the yank at the end of that, because it looked like a prime goal for the picking, but they had everything covered, and that's what the Leones have been able to do. They've kept everything covered. Now they're just one game away from a JV state championship.
Yeah, and from their perspective, if you're LAPC, it's just doing the simple things well. And you see on that one goal we just saw in the replay, it was really just mounting up on the side wall. They had 2 defenders on the other side, just sending it right into them. They send it back in the middle, bury it into the open net, and it's just brute efficiency like that. You can't always wait for those opportunities, but they can certainly try and create them. They just have to create a few more, at least just one, to be able to put home one. be able to secure, as you mentioned, that JV state championship for LAPC. Strathaven High School, what do you have to say for yourself? You got 5 minutes to keep the dream alive.
Oh, we do. We have, okay. Interesting. I just had a, I just had an epiphany, Taco. Granted, this might just be me talking under the influence of drinking too much tea, but G-Man, the NBMBR, and then is that a 1 rather than an I?
It very much could be a 1.
So it's the number 1. It's basically another play on Frank version 1.
There's too much going on here.
They're both the first versions of themselves.
They very much are, but it's very much Lone Wolf who has been really the solo play king here. He's had several plays that have just been forged by getting aggressive and that attacking third, and it's going to reward him with not the last goal of the game, as he has had in games 1 and 2, but the first one. Really start LAPC off on the ideal front foot as they're, again, trying to just close out this match point game.
Well, let's see how it goes. As Strathaven, they're going to need some of that magic the football team had earlier in the season. Win a state championship. And they pull it off. Be a ball dangling in the defensive zone. The shot on will be just high. And G-Man looks to corral the ball. They're getting that pressure that we saw in, say, a game number 3. And I want to see some more of it.
It's always good to be able to see more in that aggressive continue to come out. I will say, despite them falling behind, I like to see how much G-Man is just going for the spectacular. Same with Juventus, but they did not pace out their boost effectively. It's still
oh no!
And a clear can't come through.
Chilled suspense.
Bagpipes.mp3.
That pretty much. Oh, those are the goals that you dislike going in, no matter what team you are. If you're the benefactor, you're like, we take those, but you don't feel proud about it.
I mean, at the end of the day, some people call them own goals, but in Rocket League, I really much believe that own goals are not necessarily due to incompetent plays. It's just from the fact that you put the ball into a position that makes defense panic, and then they just can't get the clear out. That's really all it is, and that's what LAPC did. They just lobbed it high, and even though Juventus didn't get it, that waterfall straight down from the top lip is going to make any defense panic, and sometimes you just don't have the angles to get it through. However, I would say if this was game 1, I'm saying this is about as far as we're going to go, but I would say Strathaven has gotten a lot more confident on offense. I'm looking at G-Man, someone who wants to slow the play down, who wants to be able to use that solo skill, and maybe even just something as simple as those 50s, be able to get his side back into the game, but it's going to be a long journey if they can't get these clears out. There it is, back to the corner, and Frank V1 giving the chase.
I've got to give credit to Frank V1. Pretty styling vehicle. That's another thing I love to focus on with some of this competition. Of course, you get to the highest level. You go pro. Everybody's got 1 or 2 different types of car, and it's all stock. Like there's no glitz or glamour. Fashion League here in the JV Championship has actually been pretty nice. I mean, we got a hot shot. We have a brilliant white Civic. We have a Dignitas logo, by the way. Chef's kiss. Still to this day, love some of the team logos that they have in the shop. Speaking of which, we'll do this one for free. If you want some PIEA logo stuff, make sure you check out the new line of merch that they got going on, as we're going to see the Leons score another goal. Brilliant outlet there in order to put that into the slot for the extra touch.
And you're seeing slowly the game start to pull away for Strathaven, but it's by no real fault of their own. It's just the brute force of La Academia being able to just get shot after shot after shot, and eventually there's going to be an open enough opportunity to find the back of the net. Juventus, I mean, they're just sniping from downtown. That's a hat trick, shooting 75%. It's a rough thing to see if you are Strathaven, as you're really just waiting for that moment to score, and then every time that you don't quite get it away, it seems like LAPC is immediately threatening with a shot. Shades of game one. They knew the state championship at the JV level for Rocket League was on their doorstep. All they did was just open that door and welcome it straight on in. They have looked clinical, and if this is truly the end, then what a way to finish it.
Absolutely, and with 1 minute to go, it seems just like a countdown to the La Academia victory in JV, as they will celebrate the growth of their program. Of course, one of the later additions to the PIEA family, they are continuing to be an aspect of growth this company and this governing body has been able to grow upon.
And we are seeing just now some demos, some playful things. I think we recognize that the writing is on the wall and is very much on the mantelpiece here, as there's going to be a trophy added to the LAPC cabinet as they are closing this one out at the JV level. The next generation of Rocket League esports talent at the Pennsylvania high school level. It's going to Academia 4-0 in the game, 4-1 in the series. GG's to all.
Love it. The Leons, not only the favorite name, in my opinion, from what I've seen throughout the entire weekend, but also the best team in junior varsity state. Love to see it. Love to see the growth. And I want to touch on it one more time, Taco, because I think the key word here is depth. You have schools that are teaching the next one up. And that is where high school sports and high school esports truly lies. You're going to lose a Messi eventually. You're not going to be able to keep everyone in high school throughout their entire livelihoods. Everybody ends up graduating and getting to that certain point. It's another one of those avenues that we talked about in the previous interview video. So you love to see the growth, and for the Leons, you have the best looking growth you could possibly ask for. Going to be looking forward to some of the next championships. Maybe we'll see the Leons in that Final Four.
It's certainly a possibility, and at least as we look at them, we're just going to say congrats to them and say aloha to them, but on the way out, as we are going to see the JV finals wrap up, and we do have our varsity grand finals, Kendo, coming up, and that one is sure to be a doozy. We have worked up to quite the spectacle here.
Absolutely, and it's a reminder to you all, a defending champion, North Catholic High School, the Trojans, will look to defend against the last undefeated of this 2022 fall season in Avon Grove, the Red Devils. You don't want to go away, because the action is about to heat up to its fervent pace, and we will be right back.
There's nothing like the promise of a new day. St. Joseph's University now offers more life-changing opportunities than ever. More programs, labs, and innovation. More majors, more to explore, more to celebrate. Backed by over 170 years as Philadelphia's Jesuit University, St. Joseph's changes lives, starting with yours.
We are St. Joseph's University. We're up for anything. To be ready for an ever-changing future, so that we succeed again and again and again.
On the way and good.
Discover more at sju.edu.
We've said it before, it all culminates to this. One last look at the bracket as we see North Catholic High School, the defending champions, the Trojans, in a battle of East versus West, going up against Grove High School. They, of course, representing the eastern portion of that. My name's Ken Carmen, Kendo Slice. Alongside me, my cohort, Danger Taco. Taco, I'm excited for this one because it is going to be what is likely one of the closest battles in state history.
Yeah, absolutely. And then North Catholic coming in, and not only as the defending, but then the three-peat on the line here for them in this grand final. Going up against Ovid Grove, who, when you look at them, you're saying, well, that's the team that is about to make a three-peat in most people's minds. I mean, what do they stand? They're the only undefeated team remaining in this whole bracket, and now they've continued that on. They were 7-0 during the regular season. Now, if you include this one, at least 8-0 to be able to get to this point. They've secured some scholarship money, but beyond that, you need to make sure that everything is super clean when it comes to North Catholic, because they are on the precipice of history, and they're not going to take that lightly.
It would be very easy for me to do my normal take, which is exactly that. It is an undefeated team, but they've gone for the most part untested. They haven't had to deal with very much. I could not say that and be more wrong here, because this team has gone through the fire and they've come out unscathed. Grove have looked so good, and they live up to that Red Devil name. It's going to be up to North Catholic in what I believe is the last year for their, well, chance to three-peat star Messi to push themselves into that championship one last time. And I can say this and fully mean it, this really is anyone's game.
It really is, and I think Messi, Thermal, and Chip have all played really well, but the one thing that really spoke to me about Avon is that, is that I was looking at game one of their semifinal, and I was really not impressed. But over the course of that whole series, the teamwork was really something that was just making my eyes widen. They were always looking for each other, and I think it's plays like that and trust in each other that's going to take them so far. I think Messi is still the star, arguably the best player at the high school level in all of Pennsylvania, and yet he still has to pull through. He still has to make sure that he propels that whole game through. And I think if Avon is a way to upset the kings of this state at the high school level, they're going to have to rely on every single weapon in their arsenal, every skill that they have, and work collectively. They have to be greater than the sum of their parts. And we're going to have to find out just how great they can be. Game 1 grand final of the PIEA State Championship.
Brought to you by St. Joseph's University. Don't forget that one, Taco, as they have been brilliant partners this entire time. And I guarantee there's some esports directors, there's some esports people from St. Joe's, from some of the other colleges in the state who are going to be watching this one. They are going to be taking note of who does what, because grandiose opportunities are on the line. A battle of East versus West. Will it be the West Grove, Avon Grove Red Devils, or will it be the darlings of Cranberry Township taking home the prize?
And we're seeing some initial forays forward from Avon Grove, and even more than that, some close shots! Breeze dunking it down! If the shot on the first attempt wasn't good enough, the dunk certainly was even better.
That is brilliant, and that's what I've been looking for. Picking up where they left off. You heard me criticize earlier, and we've talked about it enough in the background. El Breezel started out really shaky today. El Breezel looks like the catalyst, the potential MVP of this Red Devil squad if they can continue to convert shots like that.
My pick for that would at least be Demented Sheep, because they're kickstarting one attack, Young Dan, just keeping it alive. And I don't mind that attempt from El Breezel. And honestly, we had said it started a little shaky, but that was also in the beginning of the series. They might have been able to scrim, get on the game, warm up, but sometimes in the beginning of the series, you're just a little nervy, kind of like that one. Messi gets a credit, but that's just a failure on a clear from a really tough angle on the near post.
You know, maybe I went too far. Maybe the caster's tongue has cursed El Breezel. It's just a roller coaster I've been putting them on this entire day. Maybe it's all scripted. Shh, don't tell anybody. I'm joking. Yeah, we are 1 minute in and 2 goals on the board. One apiece for these two squads. Both have shown that they are apt. They are not going to go down without a fight. And Demented Sheep on the goal line. We'll float this one out. Avon Grove, they're looking for some of those team plays. That is not the type of team play you want to see, though. Brilliantly slow, and I say it almost tongue-in-cheek because you don't want to be that slow with your breakout.
No, but you do want to make sure you take your time when it's afforded to you, but you have to use it wisely. Rocket League is a game that when you have time, it's not necessarily 5 seconds. You have maybe a second or two before you really need to be actionable in any of your tendencies. And so if you move forward, you have to do so with some venom. That first miss not going to do it. El Breeze keeping things lively. Young Dan trying to be the veteran experience that is required, though that tap going to be nowhere near any teammate. And now that we've seen both goals go in, I would say relatively early in this game, this is the midpoint where it really is going to take something, I would say, a bit more unorthodox to break through. And I think it's going to have to come from the back of some solo play combined with some team thermal into the middle. Messi way too far away to reach that.
We have reached halftime, folks. And this one could not be any hotter. Contested, big save on the goal line, pays for it with their life. Messi is out, and it's going to be up to Chip to control it forward. Thermal, the initial touch on will be quelled to the side, and Taco, point of challenge. I think you've heard me use this terminology before. Where are the 50s? Where are they approaching and challenging the ball? Right now, there is nothing going on in the middle of the field. It is two teams full bore after each other. It hasn't been very much congestion in the mid. I'm looking for it to get mucked up very, very soon because you can't allow each other to have free reign of these long balls through the mid.
And the one thing that I really do like out of Avon Grove is that they are cutting out a lot of these passes, at least in the midfield. And the one thing that I need them to keep up on is that Messi is a player that really likes to move forward and get these air dribbles and really force you to get off balance. And ideally, when you do face off against that, you need to make sure you close them down very quickly. Otherwise, chances can be opened up. Chip not able to continue that attack forward. So Demented Sheep will combine with teammates to get another clear. Bounce off the ceiling. Breeze off the backboard for Chip to follow through. Demented Sheep taking their time to the back post, and that one's going to be too wide.
Again, not much in the line of Muck and Meyer in the middle of the pitch. Both of these teams still having free reign into the offensive zone. I'd also like to see maybe a little bit of a slowdown. Neither of them have had an extended stay of more than maybe 2 chances. We are seeing the utilization of the backboard when it is available, but it hasn't happened enough. That might be it. Big save on the goal line. They just are able to keep it out, and North Catholic keep it tied.
I do like that retreating demo. If Messi wants to play around with the ball, let him, but also make sure you remind him that there's someone breathing down their neck. They take a little bit too much time. LBZL, they're certainly taking their time. It's a 2v1, trying to bait in a defender. And they will indeed take the bite fully on that hook and get a clear. Good job from Messi handling that 2v1 expertly.
It almost feels like the disappointment as far as a 2v1 goes. You want to try to convert. You could see Demented Sheep was looking either for the pass or a demo. Just a lack of communication, not in time, ends up leading to their downfall. And exemplary defense on the back end. We go to overtime in what seems to be a hotly contested match. Just don't look at the middle of the field. There hasn't been very much going on there still. We're still seeing these midfield passes, and it's a cautionary tale for me, because if the Trojans allow Avon Grove free reign, we already know what Avon Grove are going to do. They are going to pummel them with midfield one-timers.
And it can be so frustrating when you are going forward and then you get beat on a challenge. But the thing is, I don't want these players to be afraid of setting the first man. The whole point of the first man is not to get a 50. It's just to force the defenders to do anything with it. Kind of like that. The defender doesn't get it. Messi will. Number 2 for North Catholic is the winner in OT.
Overtime winner, and it is Messi in the brightest of moments. Now, here is where I'm worried, Taco. Because first game goes to North Catholic. There is that sinking feeling that you can get in this scenario. It's like, oh, well, they're the GOATs. They've won pretty much every PIEA state championship ever. How are we going to beat them? The legacy. Legacy becomes that overused, trite, cliche word. You cannot allow that mentality to seep in if you are the Red Devils. You were in it to win it to the very end. You took this team to overtime, and you probably should have been able to pull something off, especially with free reign in the midfield. One more time, Messi with that strike down. Taco. Oh. I love it when we have a good thing come together.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is, yes, exactly that. Trying to keep in your mind that, yes, you should have in the very, very back, the far recesses of your mind, it is 0-1 in the series that you are down. Yeah. But in the forefront, you should keep in mind that that was a shot-for-shot a game. You were getting a lot of opportunities. It was a lot of deflections. And I think the main thing, if I were the coach, of sitting down with my players, say, yes, that is a loss, but mainly it comes from just allowing too much space at inopportune times. Going into game 2, that's the improvement I want to see from Avon Grove. Make sure that you get immediate challenges in the ball. Make sure your second and third defenders are staggered to cover the options. And if the defense is solid, then you can just rely on the offense, because certainly they've not been lacking for shots. It's mostly just the goals. Game 2, that is their mission. Outscore their opponents, level us back up, and make this a best of 5.
We will see game number 2. Yet I guarantee there's somebody from St. Joseph watching this right now, just dreaming of maybe one of these players staying close to home, going into the collegiate field. I know everybody's continuing to build. I've seen some very ambitious St. Joseph's University advertisements lately about some of the places that they plan on taking their esports programming. And you love how much everything is growing, both in the high school and collegiate spectrum, Taco. And the fact that we have such a close competition between 2 high school teams is a testament of the growth especially here within the state of Pennsylvania. Demented Sheep just misses out on the extra touch, but they might be able to travel this ball and keep it in the offensive zone a little extra time. Not if Messi has anything to say about it. Big 50-50 win. They're looking to work the corner.
Well, Young Dan just put that just high enough that the defense had to think twice about it. In fact, they don't think twice about that one. Immediate commit, and that's a double. Elbrizel has a lot to think about. They also have Demented Sheep up in support, and it's going to fall right to him. 1-0 AG.
The pressure pays off, and I love the actuation point for AGHS. You have to challenge those balls. They're not always recommended hard challenges in the offensive corner because that ball can bounce anywhere, but positioning paid out, and the Red Devils' first blood. Yes.
And if you're looking for a response, that's maybe one way to do it, but you need to make sure you follow through. Thermal Ops open shot, and the defender doubted the positioning. They were perfectly situated to get it, but they're thinking that has to be going to the back post. A little bit of a side flip will take them out of the way.
Well, here we are again. A tied game between these two teams at 1-1. However, I feel like I'm not going to say anything that's curse-worthy, but I doubt that this game will be 1-1 at the end of it. For obvious reasons, of course. I doubt that it's going to be 2-1 at the end of it. I think we have a lot more goals than us, as both of these teams are showing themselves to be controlling the situations better, and I got to give credit to Elbrizel yet again. Whereas before there might have been nerves, there's nothing of the sort right now, and Young Dan with a finish. Wow!
Yeah, really well done to see from Young Dan, because sometimes you need to get the shot, but other times just getting behind your touch forces the defender to not only focus on the first touch, but make sure you're positioning yourself in a literal sense, using your air roll to get a dunk on the ball instead of just a save. And if you go for anything less, it's going to go right in the back of your net, much like that one could have been. Elbrizel getting a bit in front of themselves on that shot, and that is not going to find the way through. A 3-1 that quickly on the response to Robin Grove could have been devastating, but so too can that be. Messi baiting it high, forcing 2 to go.
There was a little bit of a hang-up for Demented Sheep off of the backboard. I feel that. I've made that mistake plenty of times. We are Deuces Wild at halftime precisely. And both of these teams, I've always said it. If it's 2-2 at 2:22, you have yourself a banger on the pitch. We got ourselves a banger on the pitch, my friend.
Oh, yeah. And I think stuff like that is something that you always have to really just keep in the forefront of your mind for all these players, is that for us, it's the banger of a match. It's back and forth. But for these players, it's them just trying to make sure that they're continuously saying, okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's back and forth. We know this is going to be a close affair, but it's all about how you make sure you stay in the pocket, stay locked in. I think right now, I don't think you need to remind any of these players that they need to stay focused. There's been so many close calls already, and we're only in game 2.
I think the most important part of what we're seeing from the Red Devils is the fact that they are continuing to be undaunted by the North Calic Challenge pressure. They have been the ones setting the tone, especially in the offensive zone, where they have been really and truly, almost recklessly aggressive. I say reckless abandon in tongue-in-cheek because it by no means has been reckless. It has been very calculated, the amount of pressure they put on. That really has been the difference maker, though. They've put themselves out in the lead. It's tied right now, and if we continue to see a little bit of that stationary defense, Trojans, they're waiting. They're waiting at the gates.
Certainly seeing Messi have more and more solo plays going to the ceiling, going off the side walls. I'm starting to get a bit nervous that Ovid Grove is not shutting that one down. That's something I think they did very well in game 1. Every time Messi tried to slow it down, they threatened a demo. If he was going to the air lightly, they sent someone immediately. Not necessarily to get a perfect touch away or get the clear, but just to force them to do anything with it. And when you force a great player to actually think quickly, not always are they going to be executing expertly. Kind of like that one, Elbrizel. They could not wrap all the way around that one. The pass on the sidewall was just too quick.
Well, that all starts with a 50-50, though, in your own defensive corner. Don't be afraid to take the L for lack of better terms. You might have the opposing team breathing down your neck, but 150-50 can quickly turn into that transition play, and El Brizel was so close to being able to put that away. We'll make the save in this case, and they are going to send the ball all the way down. Do they maintain possession? Yes, they do! Oh, Demented Sheep!
Demented Sheep able to get this one, but look, it's Messi trying to catch the ball. Instead of just pinching it down the line, something more simple. They go for something that requires the utmost precision, and even the best players can make a fatal error. 2 seconds remaining. The fake kickoff will not save them. Oven Grove taking game 2.
Wow. Well, you know what? If nothing else is said between us, we don't have a sweep. No sweeps in the finals. Boom. I love it. Two teams that look very closely matched. This is living up to its potential, Taco, and we're going to look at it one more time. This progression forward that Demented Sheep is able to conduct, just the slightest miss. The corner play is so difficult.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the play, I want to focus, yes, of course, on Messi's missed touch there and really not quite getting the catch, because they're trying to catch it and then bring it up so they can air dribble it across or just get a clear through. But still, credit to Demented Sheep. Even with that miss, they have maybe a 15 to 10 degree angle to put that anywhere on target. Probably even less than that, because you don't want it to ricochet off of the near post and go across. They had to get that between the sticks. They do, and so I'm not surprised the defense can't keep it out, because they're expecting that to be anywhere except for directly on target on the near post. That's really clutch play, and that's why Demented Sheep is really, I would think, being a very strong candidate for MVP for his squad. Really, Avon Grove has made this far to be able to be on the backs of plays like that, through the assists, through the goals, what have you. Game 3 on board to see who takes control in this grand final.
And I think it will be exactly that, control wrested, because neither team gonna give it up. Messi coming back after what was a mistake at the end of game number 2 will carry off of the cheat. Love to see the quick bounce back from North Catholic.
And a solid kickoff can be one of the most deadly offensive weapons you have in your arsenal, just by being able to kill a ball straight forward or put it into dangerous area for your mean player to just go forward and hunt. That's another thing. Nearly the Trojans get number 2 within 10 seconds, and I think for Avon Grove supporters, they can at least take a deep breath and wonder, well, that could have gotten bad, but at least we got away relatively unscathed.
Oh, no!
That's a sitter. Young Dan 1-1.
And this is, once again, a little bit of corner misplay. Credit to them for the aggressive challenge in the corner. And Young Dan, right place, right time. A tough one to predict, but twice now. Messi getting in the corner, maybe a little too patient, maybe not cutting it off the way they would have liked to. If I'm Avon Grove, I'm looking at that corner and I'm wanting to go there again.
I mean, certainly it's something that we've seen North Catholic struggle with. Not necessarily because it's completely untouchable for them, but I think they're overthinking it. They're going for catches in the near post. Maybe they're trying to just get more a gentle touch so they don't jump immediately. It hits off the lip, what have you. All I know is that they're not dealing with it well, and certainly if I'm Avon Grove, taking notes in the back around, keep sending it into that weird position along that bottom side of the posts. Really force the defense to adjust to you, because until they do, that is just fertile land really ready for you to plant a goal in.
I love it. That is a reference you don't hear too very often. It's Chip bringing this all the way into the offensive zone. I still think the center of the pitch is the most fertile soil on the pitch at the moment, as both of these teams still getting in and out of their own zones with a shout. We see another ball go through the mid, completely uncontested. Either one of these teams could adjust on and create in through the middle of the pitch. And it literally would take the most minuscule of adjustments. I honestly don't know how that ball did not go in the net.
It almost looked like North Catholic was late to the challenge, but they knew the defender was near, so maybe they're going for a dunk, but then the defender didn't touch it. And sometimes that's really how it works. You play so quickly at this level, they have to play almost predictively off of your opponent's touch, and when they don't have it, then nobody has it. Looks like a double whiff, but anything but. It is very much on-purpose positioning. Same with Elprez Breeze, just trying to go through the back end, nearly bumping a defender. Not finding their target, but certainly NCHS is finding theirs. Chip tried to control it, just got a little bit away from them on the extra touch.
Oh, that might go through. Messi just able to keep that ball out and to the side. They're still in dangerous confines, though, and Chip will live up to their namesake in the box. I'm not so sure about that touch to the side by Thermal Ops. I really feel like a clear would have been necessary, or keeping it on the wall, bringing the ball all the way down. Instead, they will settle for this rapid fire back and forth. Very little contest in the mid. It's set up. It's in the box. It's a shot. It's a save by Young Dan on the goal line. And the Red Devils, ironically in blue, are maintaining themselves. How? Thermal Ops! What?
Look at this from Messi, flicks it and then immediately bumps Young Dan, and to Dan's credit, gets down to it, but not down enough because Thermal's shot is only going to be partially saved, deflected even into that near post. That's a devastating goal to give up, particularly because they were so close to getting a hand up, getting that save through, but maybe they don't have to fret for long. There was Demented Sheep, but unfortunately, so was Elbreeze L. Two players committing on that back post lob, and that's not going to find its way through. Trying to thread the needle is one, but it's Messi who's going to play cleanup 3-1.
Finally, we get to see a little bit of calm down play. This is exactly that cleanup off of the panic double commit. I understand you got to send the house in order to keep a quick shot like that out, but when you leave that final opening, the double commit does come through. It shines through as the one scab in that moment. 90 seconds to go. North Catholic with the first, I believe, first 2-goal lead of this entire series. It really has been tight contest throughout this entire time. We'll see if they're able to keep that. Not at that rate as team play again in the opposing box this time.
That's what I'm saying. It looks so ordinary, but it's so hard to have that all the players that you need in position to be able to take advantage. Miss double tap, immediate follow-up, and then an immediate trash can play where it's just sitting in front of the net and all you got to do is put it home. Elbreeze L will do just that. 75 seconds remaining and more than enough time to get, I would say, a multitude of goals through. So we'll have to see, is it going to be enough for North Catholic to close this one out, or does Young Dan have other options? Fantastic pass, even better save.
Oh, and Thermal Ops gonna end up getting some sort of reward after that one, because it was once again Messi in the corner, and they were aggressively attacking Messi. I feel like this needs to be a point of contention that needs to stop. Take note of it. Don't allow him to have it anymore. As Young Dan able to put this one away. They were pushed up too far forward after the miss by Thermal Ops. Did Thermal Ops get a touch on Chip as well there?
It looked honestly more like Thermal Ops was trying to challenge, but this is the main thing about playing fast, is that communication has to come first. You see actually Chip come from the center, try to cut the rotation. They're not really paying attention to Thermal. They're just trying to get a quick challenge, and sometimes even if you challenge a little bit later, the angles are what matters. The passing is what really you need to focus on, because Avon Grove is tearing North Catholic apart.
And I've been asking for it this entire time. Show me something in the midfield. And finally, the Red Devils come through with a patented midfield pass play for the one-timer. 31 seconds to go. We enter the crunch time. Do Avon Grove have it in them to go up 1 on the defending champions here in the Pennsylvania State Championship? It's Elbreeze L, the push out. A long clear could lead us to more questions than answers. The setup is there, but they are going to have to go the distance. Big 50-50, and it is the Red Devils keeping priority. They did not keep the ball there, and Avon Grove, wow. They're showing us something.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're tying up the series yet again, and it's through impressive play. This is not mistakes from North Catholic. In fact, North Catholic is playing fairly solid, I would say, overall. It's just Avon Grove doing what they're doing best. Teamwork. Whether that comes from those 1-2-3 passing plays, spiking it right down, those aerial passes that we saw for the game winner, or if it's just the straightforward getting quickly onto rebounds, it works for them. And North Catholic, they look like a team that is mounting up to be kind of a glass cannon. We know they can score, but what I'm more concerned about is whether you can stop your opponents.
Yeah, and at the moment, neither one of these teams are necessarily attenuated to stopping their opponents. We've seen so much free reign given in the midfield. I've called for it. I really need to see it. Some of those challenges, rather than being that last line of defense, quick across the net defense, break the challenges forward, forecheck a little bit, contest and congest in the midfield, and either one of these teams can find the advantage by doing so.
Absolutely. And when you go forward in this series, you really always have to focus on. So when we look forward into this next game to see who can really move upon this next series game, are we going to be seeing it tied up? Are we going to be seeing a match point going the way of Avon Grove? 5 more minutes on the clock, and only one way to find out. Potentially even off the kickoff of Thermal Ops, going to get kicked right back into their half.
Physicality could also be an answer or an alternative to some of that mid-play congestion that I'm suggesting. I love to see it, but there's a really good chance that we're just going to continue to see the status quo, the team play of Avon Grove up against really the lack of extra touch from North Catholic. They've been a little more straightforward, and I think an extra touch off the backboard here or there, a little tiki-taka pass play, might do them a favor.
Yeah, we're seeing some interplay here through the midfield. I actually like that lead blocker. You drive past the ball, it's fine. Just stay in front of it and maybe try to just guard it like your life depends on it. It's not the worst idea in the world. Maybe diving in like that, though, could be Demented Sheep. I love the idea. Posting up deep, trying to get that redirect. Even the back passes here. Again, the team play from Avon Grove, always keeping the play alive, and maybe can kill a dead right here. Up quickly is Demented Sheep, not able to get it on target.
They're starting to take priority over some of these challenges, and we are seeing more and more offensive chances high in the box. This one is collided upon by Demented Sheep, and it is a patented pass play. The slot, the one-timer, and Avon Grove take the lead.
And sometimes you don't have to focus on finishing power is enough, but on that one, it was both. It was the best of both worlds. Demented Sheep had 2 defenders to beat, and then was able to slot it past both of them. They have been leading the charge, and that's only going to continue now. They just need to focus on defense and stopping that man right there. 1-1 threes across the clock.
Hard to do that when Chip is getting in and getting chippy in the box. Gets a bump on both Young Dan as well as El Brizel, so it keeps everything alive. The quick answer, I've been looking for one of those all day, and North Catholic will deliver. They're undaunted by the pressure that Avon Grove have been able to put on. Here comes Young Dan. Quickly broken upon by Messi, and we are seeing more and more early contests, especially on the side ball from North Catholic. It's really dictated a different pace in game number 4.
And we're going to see even a continuation there from Young Dan. That's a challenge that I really do like. The odds that you're going to dunk it in are minimal. The odds that you're going to score from that are even less. But just throwing it in front, forcing North Catholic to treat it as a serious threat is always a good idea. And I think we're starting to see Avon Grove not only come into a form of their own, but look at them going out on their own. The team plays are still there, but understanding that they have these individual ideas. I want to press forward. I want to make sure they get these air dribbles off. I want to play for these 50s, and it's not leaving them shorthanded at the back. It's just making sure that everything remains solid. They have a good game plan here. They just got to keep it going.
Yes, they do, and there is a spot towards the net. Messi high, but unable to get really too much of a threat behind it. Touches like that, they are going to have to be wary of. Don't overcommit on a ball like that one, taking a little extra time, slowing it down, getting a little bit of side to side rather than the vertical on El Brizel. That's far down and out. It's still dangling in a dangerous spot. And Avon Grove are not going to be able to convert that one. The quick pass, though, in the midfield.
That play is not over defensively until it's fully cleared. Everyone from North Catholic thinks that Pauls is gone. Look at them all spread out, and therefore it takes a lot of prescience from Avon Grove to recognize if we just serve it one more time in the middle, that is wide open for the taking. 2-1. So well earned from Avon Grove. And again, they're always looking for the pass first, the solo play second, and that is why you can never take your eye off the ball, or they're treating a player. That first shot gone, that second wide. But the attack's still alive as El Brizel just tries to take us 50 and steal some boost as well.
I can imagine things are getting hype and loud, and Pittsburgh, as Demented Sheep has another goal. It's a 2-goal lead for the Red Devils.
Just a 50 quality from Young Dan, and then getting a demo to boot. Chip is left all by their lonesome, and at that point, your shoulders must be slacking, understanding that it's going to be very difficult to get this clear, or never mind a touch on it. Deflected in, and now we've seen double up here from Avon Grove. They have a security blanket here. They do have a bit more time to last, but right now, this is the start they're looking for. This is the execution that I think we were all waiting for. North Catholic, you really need to dig deep, and you need to make those count. It was pandemonium on the goal line, but no reward.
No bamboo either. Forget Pandas. Not able to convert when it is most important, and that would have put them right back in striking distance. There is a potential play for a demo, but Thermal a little too far back to be of any consequence. Ball dangling in the midfield, and Demented Sheep, they have moved their offense up just a little bit. It doesn't have to be touches towards the net, and that is something Avon Grove have been exemplary with. They are winning the challenge, especially in the midfield, and creating off of it. Outpacing North Catholic, which is something I very rarely get the opportunity to say, and an extra touch. Oh!
They even play with confidence. Look at this. Young Dan throws it deep, even in a double commit. It's just a fantastic touch because, again, you just got to put it in a position that the defense is going to sweat, and nothing better than just lobbing it just above the crossbar for the defenders to wonder, is it barred down? Is it out? What's going to happen? All they know is that most likely it's going in the back of the net. 20 seconds to mount a comeback. If there's any team that can do it, it is the Trojans, but they have their work cut out for them. Avon Grove has shown they are, in fact, that team that is greater than the sum of their parts, and they are riding that wave forward. They are now just 5 seconds away from closing out this game, and they will indeed do that. One game away from dethroning, really, the kings of Pennsylvania Interscholastic Rocket League.
And the crazy thing is, Taco, of course, I call them the darlings of Cranberry Township. North Catholic, they are literally in what you could consider a suburb of Pittsburgh. They're playing in their backyard right now. A legacy, and I can just imagine what the crowd is feeling. The unease. Conversely, if you're the Red Devils, oh, are you ever so excited? Because of the fact that this is the moment everyone potentially has been waiting for, and they have to keep the same attitude we've seen over the last couple games. If they maintain the challenges, they continue to push themselves into the North Catholic defense, taking charge, especially in the midfield. I mean, case in point, you look at that last 40 seconds, every single touch, it seems like it was coming from Avon Grove offensive players, even when you least expected it.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we do look back at this game, we saw 2 traded games in 1 and 2, and we also then get into now a best of 5. But now it is a reverse sweep in that best of 5 then required to be able to get in here. We do have this next game up. We have game 5 potentially in what I would say, be most surprised in, potentially the final game of the day, Kendo. Right now, it is North Catholic High School trying to dig deep, keep that, as you say, legacy, that dynasty hope alive. Second place is too far down the table for them to finish. They're looking for first, but it is only one game away from, in fact, Avon Grove taking that right, and they've done so as a unit. They're going to try to finish that as a unit. And we're just going to have to see if Champions Field has any dramatic turns left in this tale.
And I'll be interested to see exactly that. But don't you put that evil on them. Potential? Yes. Okay. Statement of fact? Yes, it is a potential match point time. But at the same time, we are talking about North Catholic. We are talking about the legacy, the champions until you unthrone them. So, gotta keep it up. You can't change the game plan now. The real question becomes, what does North Catholic do? Do we have a sub?
We do indeed. J133 actually going to come on in for North Catholic, and maybe that's the shot in the arm that they need. I think they recognize that sometimes the play style is just not good enough, so maybe a difference in a player completely shakes things up. One single player is 33% of your team, and even more so, and how it changes your rotations and your approaches. We'll have to see if it makes any difference. These clears are not helping out. This finish from Young Dan, it was on the table, but was smacked away.
Okay, this is going to get very interesting. I'm always glad when multiple people get experience in the highest of events, but this is a lot of pressure to put on one player. Joining in, you're essentially the closer going in, and you already have bases loaded with 0 outs. Once again, drawing comparisons to other sports within the field. I love Rocket League for that.
Certainly so, but I would say the pressure on the junior here in J133 to come in the grand finals and make a difference is one thing, but it's Demented Sheep. They've been here all day, and they've been scoring goals like that all day. You give one loose touch, and they are going to hop right on top of it. 2 defenders, not enough.
Maybe this is my mind playing tricks on me, but do you try as Thermal to get the back end on that ball? I know it's not necessarily the most advisable touch, but if you're looking for the 50, I almost feel like the back end would have been the place to put it, and they are out of position again. Demented Sheep has Hawkeyes.
And that's 100% what you need to be able to do. This one, I don't even think that's meant to be a shot. I think they're just trying to beat the challenge on the near side, on that side wall, but no challenge comes in, so it just acts as a shot at the end of the day on target. It will find its way through 66% from the field in a game number 5 for Demented Sheep. Putting on a clinic all day long, and the grand finals are no exception. Trying to get a cheeky touch there. Going to be cut out by J1. Young Dan continuing on. Going to get away from them, but only into the tap of Thermal. Into the middle, near post, J1. Easy save.
But the pressure has been all Avon Grove. So far. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed, and the switch around is going a little bit how I thought it would. There seems to be confusion in the defensive rotation of North Catholic. Depending upon how much warm-up there was, it is very rough spot for JI-33 to be put into. I think it's going to be all the more up to Messi to shine through. You've been the MVP before. You've won multiple championships. You have the namesake of a soccer legend. Can you put that ball in the net when it counts the most?
To be honest, the main thing I want to see out of the side of North Catholic is obviously the goals, but it comes from getting physical play, baiting in challenges. Much like that from Messi, they understand they just need to beat one player at a time. The problem is, it seems like Demented Sheep and company are doing very well at getting a lot of continuations, even just by themselves. Look at the possession play, getting a 50 as well at the end. Young Dan lobbing it high. A 13 able to get that through. El Brizel, slow play again. Temporary save. Clear through, but then right back into Demented Sheep to lob high. Can they put this one home? Flip, reset, pass one, but not past the second.
And they are going to continue Avon Grove to push the issue in the midfield. Whereas before it was begging for somebody to take over. It has been nothing but a place to rebound possession right back into the offensive zone. Big 50. Do they have the shot down that needs to go in? The third touch just wide, North Catholic.
That seemed very much like a play that they just needed any touch on. They thought it was going to be a 50, and it wasn't. Another shot right in the goal line, and the deflection off of the post. A prayer answered. And North Catholic, very much so, living on a prayer right now. They need to get shots forward, but you see the panic setting in. 70 seconds remaining. Their tournament, their season life hanging in the balance right now. Ovid Grove just needs to outlast their opponents, but another goal helps. L breeze L 3-0.
61 seconds in jubilation for the team in blue as they are in prime position to put this one away. Now the question is, do the Trojans have one more in it, or does the legacy of Troy end here for the fans from Cranberry Township?
Certainly, we look toward this player, MVP last season in the grand finals, and we'll have to see if anything can really be kick-started. Passes like that certainly do help. They've missed some opportunities now, but now it's all about trying to be clutch. Double tap, keeping things lively, but another clear goes through. Back pass into Young Dan, and they'll just opt for the long clear. They don't really need to focus on possession. Every clear is basically a shot less that North Catholic will have access to. Flip reset on the near denied. Shot on the near denied. North Catholic again searching, but not finding.
Oh my goodness, it might just go down. 15 seconds to go. A shout, a prayer. North Catholic might not have it in them this time around, folks. There's a new king in town, and it is the Haven Grove Red Devils looking to take and put away a championship for Pennsylvania.
I think the words sometimes come to mind of an upset, but we talked so much about how the depth has been increasing, or really increasing, and the gap between the top and the rest have been decreasing. Much like that, we say a dynasty's over, a new one might have just begun. Avon Grove High School are your Pennsylvania Rocket League state champions.
My goodness. You know, at the very beginning, I did not 100% expect this to happen. At the same time, I'm excited because the Kings have been unseated, and there's parity in high school Rocket League. That excites me. The chase that took essentially 2 years has finally been completed, and for Avon Grove, the jubilation that I can imagine going on the stage, just fantastic.
And I think I really have to have the hats off is that I watch a lot. Kendo, you and I have been engaged in high school and collegiate Rocket League in some low-level RLCS, and the one thing that always speaks to me for all these players trying to come up, live their dreams, play at a higher level, is if you can play well as a team, you can go as far as your skill will take you. And I think the one thing that spoke to me about Avon Grove repeatedly was they're looking for each other on the passes. We saw back passes into clears, into other passes, into shots, everything. It felt like North Catholic was always on the ropes, but to be honest, I think any team would be so well deserved, and I can't wait to see what they do in the coming years as this high school program continues to develop.
Absolutely, and that is one of the exciting things as we look at the bracket. Not too many, I imagine, would have expected that North Catholic would not only make it to the final, but lose in the final. And we had a lot of hype behind Baldwin, but it's Avon Grove who come through and are able to beat North Catholic in quite a dynamic statement, if you ask me. So I personally love that. So congratulations, folks, to Avon Grove. And with that, we'd also like to announce the MVP for the Fall 22 Rocket League Championship. And it is presented to Demented Sheep, who has been voted in as the Fall 22 MVP for Rocket League. They will be receiving a $100 gift card to Best Buy. So congratulations to your Rocket League MVP, Demented Sheep, and a round of applause, everybody. They're live.
And they're getting some nice little swag there. Always a good thing to be able to reward yourself for a good play. But really, it was not really a runaway thing. We were asked, actually, during the series, who do you think really stands out? And both of us said, well, Ava Grove. Honestly, Demented Sheep has been at the forefront. They were scoring goals. They were setting up so many. But even just positionally, they were solid. They were just the stalwart. And if you had to get past that team, you had to get past Demented Sheep. So well deserved. They were leading their team to victory. And if you're looking for an IGL, they've definitely found one.
Absolutely. Again, I'm pretty sure there were a lot of seniors in that matchup as well. So it may be a divine tragedy, as it were, Taco, because of the fact that it was their final opportunity to do so, and they did that. But esports is ever growing, both on the high school and collegiate level, and I guarantee that a performance like this one goes a long way, as we are seeing young people on those avenues. We heard it mentioned earlier, the avenues to grow within esports and grow themselves in the world today.
And I think this is something that I'm so excited about. I think PIEA puts on probably one of the best productions and really just structural systems for high school esports that I've really seen. And I want this to continue because collegiate is calling. There's a lot of talent out there, and there's a lot of colleges willing to recruit students, give them financial aid, and be able to just help them into the community if you're good enough at an esport. To me, that's crazy to think about going to college back in 2013 and through 2017. To have this in place now is so cool, and be able to have leagues like this is a phenomenal achievement in this space, and I think it's only getting better and better. It's the second straight year that I've been privileged enough to join you to call these games, and I think I'm just seeing the skill increase, and obviously, as you mentioned, the parity between all these teams has only gotten better. I think the entertainment factor is at an all-time high, and obviously the pace of play, I think, is only going to continue to pick up.
Love to see it, and I want to say a special thank you to everyone there on site, PIEA. Y'all have been amazing throughout this season. Pleasure to work with. I want to thank all the sponsors. So many colleges, Lycoming College, PTC, but St. Joseph's University, the one that I want to specifically mention. Why? Because tomorrow you have the opportunity to join us live from St. Joseph's University for the Valorant competition, the state championship in that game going to be taking place on their campus, and that's going to all be taking and going down at 11 in the morning Eastern local time. So make sure that you get yourself set out, available to be there, or I mean, you could do what some of us cool kids do and watch it online here on this station, PIEA_esports. So, on behalf of myself, everyone in the production team, the Danger Taco to my side. Folks, it's been a fantastic day. We are looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Adios.